Yeah, sorry, Zelda. No idea what you just said, so I'm afraid we'll have to do that whatever you want, some other way. Well, anyways, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I tried changing the language of my eShop to English so that it will display the trailer in English, but unfortunately, that just doesn't work. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's one of those weird things where for whatever reason, they won't let you change the language of the shop to another language. I have no freaking idea what you do if you are actually an English speaking person, or, you know, mainly English speaking, but for work related reasons, you're visiting another country or whatever, and then you have to deal with the shop language. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I need to look into that. I'm sure there will be a way to find maybe, you know, well, I could obviously search for the trailer somewhere else. It was just so convenient to have it here, right, in the shop. So it's one of those things where you kind of wish that it was just giving you more options. Or I wish you could download a trailer or something, right? That would have been neat. Well, I also didn't expect the literal, like, big marketing trailer number 3 article that they release on that Nintendo news page that you can access on your Switch to just disappear a month after release. But, oh well. It is what it is, I'll figure it out. Either way, though, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Let us continue with Tears of the Kingdom. After a brief adventure into Valistea, the world of Final Fantasy XVI yesterday with the 16 demo, I think today it's time to return to Hyrule because we have some very important thing going on here. Hey, Sai, welcome in. I hope you're doing great. Yeah, I need to look into a bit of a problem that seems to have occurred here in Hateno Village. Bit of a mayor problem, if you will. And I don't really know what to do about it yet. Although, we definitely have a lot of stuff to investigate. And a lot of town still to look at. Last time, I finally managed to make it to Hateno. Did some stuff on the way that originally I hadn't planned on doing, like uncovering the map. So we went all the way over here to Mount Lanayru to uncover the map, to find the tower, discover that the dragon that is in this region will also come out of the chasm again. They don't just enter it. Obviously did a shrine, did a, for the shrine, a really, really fun little puzzle that involved jumping from a pretty high sky island and then surfing down the snowy slopes to the shrine in order to activate it. Other than that, finally got to Hateno Village, fought another place, or another, where was it actually? I think it was over here, right? Yeah, this must be the little hut, and this is supposed to be some sort of riding course, apparently. That's not active anymore. Either way, Ganon's hands and ultimately Phantom Ganon were here again. And I wasn't quite sure why. And now I'm thinking that maybe the locations where they appear just get extended over time, or rather, you know, they just appear in more and more locations as time goes on. I don't know. But we finally went into Hateno and discovered that apparently there is a bit of a problem going on here. 2 different parties slash groups of people that have very, very different ideas about what this village is supposed to be doing in the future, what it is supposed to be engaging in, and what the main source of income, I guess, for the residents is supposed to be. So on the one hand, we have what is weirdly labeled armor shop on the map. I think, well, the symbol always just is displayed as the same name, I'm pretty sure. But this is CC's shop, the big, new, well-known fashion designer from Hateno Village that is, well, she's designing all that funny mushroom clothes business that we've already seen a couple people wear that visited Hateno and were all over the world, right? And even telling us some interesting stuff about where you might find some hidden armor pieces in caves and whatnot. Well, she has also decorated this entire village with pretty big and glowing mushroom, well, decorations, for the lack of a better word. They literally just look like giant mushrooms that glow from the inside, but they're made out of cloth, as far as I could tell. You know, I mean, I'm not necessarily even against those decorations or against them using mushrooms, but it is a bit much, right? And it's all the same as well. Like from my perspective, when I heard that Hateno had now become, you know, the fashion center of the world, that there was a famous fashion designer in the village, I hadn't expected to be so solely focused on mushroom clothes, right? I mean, when you hear fashion designer, you'd think they'd have, you know, a couple of different designs, ideas, I don't know. So, yeah. Well, it turns out, though, that the current mayor of Hateno has a problem with that. Because Hateno previously was known for its crops, right? So they're growing like pumpkins and carrots and all kinds of other stuff here, and that's what they were known for in the past. I have to admit, that didn't really come through all that well in Breath of the Wild. But, well, they're concerned that, especially since that those mushroom decorations are glowing, that it's going to influence the crop growing somehow, right? So now we have these two groups of people essentially campaigning against each other because, well, after a scene we witnessed, now it seems like a new mayor election will be coming up, and Cece, the mushroom fashion designer, is going up against, what was the name? Reed, I think? Reed? Double check. Reed. It's just Reed, right? Who's the current mayor, right? So it's going to be mushroom fashion against crops, more or less. And both of them, well, I mean, I haven't talked to Reed yet since witnessing that scene, but Cece tried to convince us, she gave us some mushrooms and tried to convince us to give them out to other people that currently are not convinced that that's the right course of action for the village. And so she wants us to convince those people with said mushrooms to vote for her. Now, I'm expecting Reed to also want us to convince the mushroom side of the village to elect him during the upcoming elections. So that's going to be fun. But that's not all. Both of them seem to have secrets that warrant investigating. Interestingly, in case of the current mayor, Reed, it's his wife who wants us to investigate whatever the hell he's doing in his shed. So we're supposed to enter that one when he's not there. On the other hand, Cece, the fashion designer, her sister is kind of working for her, and there seems like she's working her to the bone, really. Her sister wants us to investigate Cece because apparently she's sneaking out at night. Either way, yeah, that is some drama that's going on here. You could make a TV series out of this, I feel like. So, already, and I've been to, I feel like 4 houses so far in the city. So I haven't even visited like half the city yet. So I'm pretty sure there's still a lot more to come. And it's going to be interesting to see what the hell all the people think about, well, that drama that is going on here. So yeah, lots to discover, lots to think about. I don't know what I expected out of Hateno. It wasn't this. It wasn't suddenly being in the midst of this election campaign that seems to have all kinds of different sides and people that want to, you know, that want different sides or ideas to succeed here. Oh yeah, and then towards the very end, I actually visited my house, or, well, Zelda's house apparently, as it is not known now, and she has like a secret room that she had installed in the well behind the house. And we found some information about a new and improved Champion's tunic, apparently located in the castle. Now, of course, as you recall, the castle is currently floating, so I'll have to go back there eventually to pick that up. But aside from that, let us take a look at the rest of the village after resting for just a little bit so that it is daytime. But yeah, the house is still here, and it very much still seems to be the house of Link and Zelda. And it looked, because Zelda's diary is also still here, it looked like the mayor's wife sometimes comes over to clean, which is honestly pretty appreciated. Right, let's just sleep until morning and then let's look what's going on. Wait, there is only one pillow? That's something that I definitely actually did not look at. Well, it's a bit of a... It's weird because it's also just called... I mean, it's only Zelda's diary here. It's like her secret room. I don't know what they did. Maybe Link just gave this house to Zelda? And she... I don't know, stayed here? I mean, there's 2 chairs, though. 2 plates. Maybe they're sleeping on the same pillow. No idea. But yeah, that's a bit of a weird thing. Yeah, the table's set for 2. It's, well, I don't know. It's also so... I definitely expected there to be somebody telling us just, you know, something about the house. Oh, hey, you know, Link, welcome back. We haven't seen you in a while. How's your house, right? I don't know, because at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, sure, you can find Zelda's diary and whatnot, but for people who potentially have not played Breath of the Wild, how would you ever know that this is your house? That you can sleep in it? And so on. I don't know. That's a bit of a weird one. But then again, I haven't talked to everybody in the city yet, so maybe we'll still get to know something about that. Also, actually, let me change my weapon here. This does look a bit too weird. Running around with this weird flame-emitting pike. Let's just put it to this one. Maybe also the weird sled shield. Let's see. This one. Okay. This one. Much better. Right. I think I have not talked to the people at the house behind the one with the pumpkins, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. So yeah, these are the mushroom decorations. I don't necessarily think that they're too bad or anything, or that they look bad. It's just, as you can see at the village gates, I feel like they went a bit nuts with it. It's a bit too much. Talk to this guy. He's just munching on a carrot. That's a gigantic carrot. Why is he... I don't know. The way he's eating that... It's like he doesn't want people to see that he's eating. Kind of a weird display here, but alright. I have to believe they lived there together happily. Yeah. I want to believe that too, honestly. Well, the thing is, they... Considering that they were tasked with, or that Zelda wanted to rebuild and reconstruct a whole lot of stuff since the Calamity, and they also probably just traveled a lot looking into the Gloom business and potential threats to the kingdom, I imagine they really didn't get that many nights in the house, right? Even if that would have been the case. For the most part, they probably just would have, yeah, constantly been traveling and looking into stuff here, there, and elsewhere. Which just made me wonder how they would have traveled, right? Would they have had a couple people with them, like putting up tents and things every time they went to a place, or exactly would that have worked? Because, you know, thinking back to how Zelda was in the previous game, I want to say that she wouldn't have been too fond of too many people traveling with her, right? I think doing her own research, she probably would have liked to just, for it to just be her and Link traveling around. I like this, like, chicken. What would you call this? Well, where the chickens live. Looks good. Let's see, is anybody in here? Considering that it is daytime now, I'd imagine most people probably went on their merry ways to do their daily business. Coop, right, that's the word I was looking for. Chicken coop. Let's see. Everybody here has these cool storage sheds behind their houses. I don't know if they were here previously, honestly. So give me 1 second real quick. Be right back. Alright, I'm really sorry about that. But that was a couple of things that needed to be quickly dealt with. Yeah. Should have probably done that before the stream, but anyways, let's get back into this and let's deal with this mayor election. Right. So now, I stood around for so long, it's already late afternoon again. Oh man, that is... I still wonder why we haven't really seen or heard too many people talk about the dragons, right? It's one of those weird things where they're just kind of there. I mean, well, they've already just been there, so maybe people just treat them normally. They just don't really care that they... well, I'm sure they care that they exist. It's just that they potentially just take it for granted now, right? Seeing as they probably would have been around whenever. Or alternatively... Oh, wait. Right. Wasn't there also something about them potentially being invisible, like the Koroks? So maybe they don't see them at all. That could also be it. Right. No matter what it is sometimes a bit... you know, whenever I do see the dragons, which, again, it happens quite often now, I always feel like they would be these very special sightings, right? Very rare. But obviously they're doing their same route every single day, so... Don't really know what to make of that yet, to be entirely honest. Right. So, this is Cece's fashion boutique, by the way. That's her sister standing in front of it, and... I mean, they've also made her look, she has this hunched over look to her, right? So it seems like she really has been worked to the bone, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, they don't really bother anybody. I mean, it's... Yeah, it's obviously fine, it's just... It just seems so weird to me, right? Whenever you see the dragon in the background, it just looks like that super majestic, super rare, interesting scene, something, I don't know, like something special is going on, and yet nobody ever comments on it, and it seems like a completely normal thing. I don't know, it's just one of these oddities. Manny, you're the guy who wants to... Oh, he's spying on the... I was gonna say, why are you standing here? But yeah, he has her in his direct sight line. He's a little bit of a creep, isn't he? Boy? Manny, what you doing?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, buddy, but... Well, what are you doing with Miss Ivy from the general store? You told me to ask her what she likes. That was your idea. Sure, I noticed. Been checking her out for... Oh, long. I mean, a friend took me off. Well, I talked to her. Oh my god, yeah. Right. So he's into the girl from the general store, right? He wants to know what she likes, but is too shy to ask himself, and rather stands behind one of the mushrooms creeping on her for some reason. Either way, she didn't really know how to answer our question, so she told us what her father likes. But seeing his behavior here right now, I don't know if I would really be bothered to just telling him that and, you know. I mean, maybe it's gonna be a funny story, right? Maybe they'll still like each other, and if they don't, then tough luck, right? Not my problem. He is such a creeper, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a very good description. Thinks he's the nice guy, but he's just like creepily awkward. I mean, I understand the feeling of maybe being too shy to talk to a person or something, right? But that doesn't give you the right to like spy on them, or I mean, at the end of the day, like, how do you imagine this would go, right? If you, well, whatever. Let's see what kind of options we get here. You ended asked what Miss Ivy likes. Right to her face. What's the idea? Ooh, gotta play it smooth. Can't let him guess I'm the one dying to know. Yeah, because we wouldn't be able to guess that ourselves. They're all right then. So what is it? What does Miss Ivy want? I can't leave my friend's friend hanging. Oh, we're just straight up telling. Okay. She wants hot-footed frogs, and 100 of them at that. Yeah. So again, as far as I recall, the hot-footed frogs, they're sold for 100 rupees by Beetle, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can only ever buy like 2 or 3 at this at any single time, but yeah. If he really goes out and buys those, I mean, her father will like him. Yeah, that checks out. Miss Ivy's love for animals is just one of the many charming things about her. Do you even know anything about her? Honest, I mean, how would he, right? Although, well, I guess spying on her would at least let him know some stuff. I don't know. Though, so my friend's friend is always saying, that was a close one. I better play it smooth. Yeah, real smooth, buddy. Still, collecting 100 hot-footed frogs seems like a big job, even for someone you love. Was that about love? Also, I'm not doing that for you, in case you're wondering. But not if I had help. You traveler types go into wells and caves all the time, right? Nope, no, never did that. I don't know what a well is. That's just the kind of place where you find frogs. You don't even have to go far. Didn't I hear about a bunch of frogs in a well somewhere in this village? Maybe I should check it out later. Yeah, you do that. What? I didn't say anything. Look, let's focus on how helpful it would be if you gathered 10 of those. Alright, at least he doesn't make me collect 100. There'd be a reward in it for you. Won't you do it for my friend's sake? Depends on the reward, buddy. Oh god. Right. Upon learning that Ivy wants a collection of 100 hot-footed frogs, Manny enlisted your help as a frog catcher. Start by collecting 10 hot-footed frogs, which can be found in wells and caves. One such well in the village is home to many frogs. Alright, well, if that's the case, maybe it's not going to be that difficult. Hot-footed frogs. Do I have those already? A couple ones either way. Where are they? Frogs? Frogs. That's a tireless, sticky, hot-footed. I got 8 already. Well, okay, that's not too bad. Also, there is speed boost effect, and I don't really need that, so... Guess I will have to collect frogs for him. 10 frogs to help a stalker, yeah. That is a weird quest. I mean, we can just hope that if I do it, she's just going to be weirded out by him and, you know, say, hey buddy, you know, that's... Or, even more funny would be if she suddenly gets the idea that he is after her father. I mean, I feel a bit bad for the father in that case, but... You lost or something? Maybe you ought to go ask Reed for directions. He's the mayor here. Actually, maybe he'd have better luck talking to Amira and Nikki. Those ladies are always standing around talking. Amira and Nikki? Were those the two ladies that were constantly looking for wells? No, I don't think... It's these two probably, right? Just need to be careful not to... Can we enter this place? Or, well, I should probably go around back. I just don't want to miss anything. Oh, this looks really cool as well. It's how they're dyeing stuff, right? Hopefully the ducks don't mind that, because it's probably not exactly super healthy. Oh! I already took a picture of the duck. I do just love the different looks of all the houses, right? They put so much unique detail into all of the houses. I see you there. Ding. Thank you. Oh, yeah, was that the same guy? Because I wasn't quite sure. So Manny is the same dude who previously... Building condemned? Do not enter? What does that mean? Was he the same dude that in Breath of the Wild tried to get with the girl from the inn? I remember doing a quest for a guy over there. Okay, that would be weird then if it's the same one. So he's just really the stalker guy. Cool. Good to know. Hateno's mayoral election is on. Reed, the incumbent mayor of Hateno Village, is running against Cece, darling of the fashion world. To settle whose vision for Hateno will win out, the two of them have agreed to hold an election. Details soon. Okay. Alright, same guy? Okay. I don't remember how the quest ended, actually, in Breath of the Wild. Other than, well, her rejecting him, I guess? I don't really remember what that did to him. Are you another traveler here to see Cece? Our village gets more famous all the time. I'd better be getting back home. My husband worries about me if I stay out too late. Ah, damn it. We need to talk to them during the day again, I guess. Ah, well, let's just look at everything else for the time being. Kochi Dye Shop supports your stylish life. And obviously they all went for the mushroom fashion as well. Someday, a second store. Yeah! Welcome to Kochi Dye Shop. Right, so you're a new customer, I think. No, we've been here before. Well, I don't do the dyeing around here. You want my hubby for that? All this activity is getting to be a problem. I mean, I'm grateful to see that our shop has taken off like this, but every day is so exhausting now. I mean, you could probably hire new staff if that's the case, right? So everybody who who buys fashion from CC is also dyeing it here? Well, I'd imagine CC herself would probably be a good customer. Ah, right. The crickets, I do remember. I don't remember if she actually liked those or if she also said something entirely different because she didn't really know how to answer. She married someone else and moved on to... Okay. Yeah, he's a bit of a problem guy, isn't he? Where the hell does he even go? I mean, she's now entering the shop and... You just still stand around here. I also love how he's just sort of... Oh yeah, that's Manny. You know, he always stands here. I don't know why, but I don't care. Just walking past without a care in the world. Wait, did I already enter this one? So this is the house of Cece's father, was it, right? Oh god. All the mushroom stuff. I have to admit, I really like these decorations. They look pretty cool. And the bed sheets? I could get behind that. The weird wall lamp, not so much. I like how we're complaining about a stalker and then just entering all the buildings without people being in here. Okay, now he goes somewhere else. everybody's doing something. It's difficult to keep track because it feels like you can pretty much talk to all the NPCs and get different lines depending on the time of day, but there's so many people that you need to remember to talk to everybody. Hello there. No rest for the weary, eh? I know how that goes. I stay up watching over the community at night. Oops, pardon me. Say, we're looking to do business inside the shop here. This is the dyer, Kochi Dye Shop. Like the man says, if you've got to dye somewhere, it might as well be in Hateno. The owner will treat you right. Bring him some clothes, and he can make them whatever color you please. Just try not to get too hung up on first impressions. Okay? Yeah. Have you been by our store yet? I have, yeah. The boutique Ventus Clothing is right by the village entrance. If you get lost, look for the big mushroom clothing sculpture. That's right. Believe it or not, my girl Cece is running in the mayoral election. If she wins, she'll be picking up a lot of responsibilities around here. I hope she'll still have time for her father. Ooh. Poor guy. She's already just probably focusing on her boutique, right? I mean, even if I'm not super fond of Cece herself, I can still appreciate what she's done here, right?
Yeah.
I think she's the woman who told us about the clothes in the caves, right? Meet again. How have you been? Worn anything good lately? If I told you that I knew where to find some of Misko's fabled fashion items, would you be interested? Thought as much. Well, listen up. It said that some of Misko's treasure is near Fort Hateno, hidden in a cave marked with stone oh yeah, right. We already... Never mind. Already grabbed that. He's stalking too, but we're saving Hyrule. That is very true. I mean, in theory, a lot of people here should be familiar with Link, right? I mean, he's practically their neighbor, if you will. Or was, or I don't know. Hey, buddy. I have to say, the mushroom hat fits this guy pretty well. Was there always this big, furnace-looking thing in the background? Is that the back entrance or exit? Why does it look like that? If you were looking to add some color to your wardrobe, you found the right place. Q do you do? Oh, God. Welcome to Koji Dye Shop, where we live to dye. Oh, God. All right, the puns are those are some really good puns. If you have any dye ingredients, it's 20 rupees to dye an item. That includes our service charge, of course. And let's get going and dye get up to... Huh? Oh, wee! That's a lovely paraglider you've got there. Oh, right! I completely forgot about that. We'll finally be able to customize our paraglider, huh? Nowadays, not only do we dye clothes, but we also offer a fabric rework service. Bring me some fabric and I can rework your paraglider with flying colors. You may be a first-time customer, but that's fine. We have a special introduction to our new service for folks like you. Ta-da! Your very own introductory fabric. Oh, we could... Oh, God, it's a mushroom one. Of course, it's a mushroom one. Tough fabric bearing a CC brand design. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider. Have you dropped by Ventus Clothing at the village entrance yet? CC, the famous designer who runs the place now, cooked up the cutting-edge design on this fabric. Every region has its own unique fabric designs. Keep an eye out for them wherever you go. Think of me if you find some new fabric, won't you? We can rework your paraglider with it for you to fly the skies in style. Dyeing clothes to the color of your choice or reworking paragliders with some new cloth. Either way, it'll take just 20 rupees. Is he going to tell me anything more? I love the fact that someone so young is so interested in our unique Tenno dyes. Wait, is it usually old folk? Why would it only be? Yeah, I've noticed that too. It doesn't really make sense, does it? Some people know him, some don't. I mean, to be entirely fair, even though he is obviously the knight who's protecting Zelda, I can see that, you know, as a store owner, you wouldn't necessarily remember the guy who came in, you know, a couple months back, even a couple of times. I don't know, it's not unlikely that a bunch of people just wouldn't remember him, but nobody seems weird, right? especially if we're here and the House of Zelda's here, and I don't know. Sometimes I think they should just straight up go and say, oh, hey, hi, Link. I mean, people were doing that, right? And Lookout Landing. So it's not like they didn't implement that or didn't think about it. Clearly, some people do remember him, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. My PC's his influence, but that kind of thing is catching on quite a bit with the young folks these days. I'd be a fool not to seize the dying while it's hot and let everyone know about what we do here. Let me give you all the colorful details of how the magic works. Teno dyeing is a traditional craft of a Teno village. Bring us the right ingredients, and we can dye just about anything to whatever color you please. With our new fabric reworking service, all you need is a bit of fabric that we can work with. We use it to reupholster things with nice new fabric, like a paraglider, for example. And the total price is just 20 rupees, so now... Well, definitely rework the paraglider. That's, I do want to do this. Yeah, there's also... that's why it's so weird to me. That they apparently did think about that, and they did do it for, well, mostly Lookout Landing, it seems like. Well, and obviously the people that we know when, you know, where the main quest is a thing, like in Rito Village. The people we talked to that were also involved in the Divine Beast business. But that's another thing, like similar to people either knowing or for some reason not knowing Link anymore. It seems like that is also something that just strikes me as very odd. Like the Divine Beasts are just sort of gone. Like nobody really mentioned that, right? It just, that was one of those things that just was a bit odd to me, that nobody said, oh yeah, hey, you're the dude who helped us with the Divine Beast, or, oh, you know, the Divine Beast isn't there anymore, but you still recognize its play. I don't know. It's just so, because it feels like that would be such an important topic, and it would be something that if you saw a person again, and, you know, especially in the cases where they also acknowledge that they see you again and already know Link, you'd think that that would come up in conversation as a topic, but no, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where they maybe also felt like it would have been a bit difficult to introduce some characters or shops or whatever if it, you know, for people that haven't played the previous game, but then again, they do it in other cases, so I don't know. Don't worry, I'll do all the work. You just hand over the fabric and leave the rest to me. Alright, cool. So, let's finally look at what this looks like. I've been looking forward to this. Right, so we have a Sheikah design. Really cool. Definitely like the sort of red-orange... what would those be called? Well, the stripes, right, that are sort of fluttering behind you. Paraglide itself always stays the same color, which obviously makes sense, but yeah. Okay, then we get this one. Also not a bad look. I like the green. Not the biggest fan of the paper. But, Horse God fabric. Doesn't look too bad either, but a bit makeshift and slightly concerning eyes. And then we got the CC one, which is obviously just the mushrooms. Admittedly, considering the fact that she is adorning her fabric designs in mushrooms, which, you know, it's just that mushrooms, to me, they don't exactly strike me as the easiest, I guess, theme for clothing to work with, right? I mean, I would certainly be hard-pressed to find a good style for mushroom-themed clothing. So I guess we have to give that to her, that she's quite capable in that regard, maybe. I think I'm going to go with the Sheikah one, though. Right? It kind of fits what we're doing really, really well, and it just looks really cool. So I think I'm gonna go with this one. Yeah, I mean, I'm personally not the biggest fan of purple, but I honestly think that when it comes to fabric, her designs are pretty good. But she is a person, at least, well, first impressions and all, but yeah, I don't really like her either, admittedly. Okay, let's go with the Sheikah one. Slip me 20 rupees and we'll get started. Okay. Thanks for the business. This won't take a moment. No watching paint dry for you. You know what? I was just gonna say his, like, well, not voice lines, but the sounds he makes, right? They reminded me of something. And now I know what. He reminds me of the sounds that the fish in Wind Waker makes. You know, the fish that paints your map? Whenever you talk to him, he's doing this shmeh sound. Like, it's a really odd, really funny sound. And I don't know, somehow the way he is doing his sounds remind me of that. Oh, well, that answers that question. So, we now have a weird contraption for changing the fabric on our paraglider. Why does Link have to go into that? Wouldn't you just, you know, place the paraglider in that and change the fabric? Not a fan of purple with purple hair. Purple hair is cool. I like those. Well, can you really still call them like more exotic hair colors? A lot of people, you know, do that nowadays. So, yeah, those hair colors are cool. It's just that purple. It's not even that I dislike purple. It's more so that I find it difficult whenever there are purple things to find stuff to make it fit with or something, right? Especially when it comes to, I feel like, well, not in clothing, but in like furniture and whatnot. Purple is one of those colors that is difficult to match with something else. Especially if it's like a darker purple. With a lighter one, it's easier, I think. Like lighter purple or pink. And yeah, as you can maybe see in the background, I'm kind of about blue and yellow when it comes to, I guess, furniture and other things design. Not that I'm super finicky about color or anything. I don't think I really dislike any color. Well, maybe some weird brown tones. Or greenish brown. I don't know. What is he saying, ready to launch? That'll do her. Looking forward to your next visit. Now go on and paint the town red. Sorry? Okay. Is this like a test run? Is there a reason why we have to be launched into the air to change the clothing on our paraglider? Not that I mind, but... interesting. Oh, it looks really awesome, though. Big fan of the Sheikah design. Oh! Well, hi! I did not expect you to be here, sorry. Ah! These little nightjohns were meant to be private. Oopsie. Seems like we accidentally discovered where she goes off to at night. So that's why this building is closed off.
No.
Splendid evening, traveler. Will you look at the time? I best return home. You should be on your way too, Alright. Interesting. Huh. So that's her place then. Building condemned. What? That's supposed to hold off visitors? Right. It didn't update the quest though, so I'd imagine we maybe have to follow her in or something in order to really update that. If there is some sort of place below the city, we could also try ascending into the building, but that would probably be really, really difficult, huh? Oh, she... Come on, we're on the main street. Why would you not expect somebody to be here? I can skulk 10 paces without interruption tonight. Splendid evening, traveler. It isn't polite to be creeping around these paths at night, you know. We're in this is the main road. What are you talking about? Someone might mistake you for an unsavory character. I kind of expected her to just go home after that. Is she still... Where'd she run off to? Because, I mean, if she's doing that same... Circle... Oh, alright, alright. So she just... Whenever she does notice you... she just does the same walk again. Right, I love how many is staying there, right? So now we're just starting the creeping as well. Careful, careful. Oh, it's raining. I don't think that's gonna stop her, right? While we're at it, might as well do this, huh? I find it slightly concerning that Manny actually hangs out in front of the shop at night too. So he really doesn't, you know, let up at any point in time, it seems like. Alright. Wonder how this is supposed to work. Can we just follow her in? Or do we just need to know where it is she goes? Okay. Door just closes again. Alone at last. Oh, we can listen in on her. Okay. Interesting. Or can we? I was gonna say, I could climb up and see if there's like another opening into the building. So whatever... Told you he's a creeper? Yeah. I wish... Well... Yeah, it would be... Honestly, it wouldn't be too bad if the quest allowed you to do that, huh? That you can actually talk to somebody about that and say, hey, by the way, you know... I mean, isn't the girl from the general store, right? Isn't she like the daughter of the owner or something? I mean, clearly her father has to be here somewhere, right? If he's the dude who likes hot-footed frogs. Let me just double check the quest description here. Cece's secret. Seems that Cece sneaks out of her house somewhere every night. Sophie has tasked you to tell Cece. Sounds like she's alert to her surroundings while she's moving. I wonder what I was supposed to be doing here. Because I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to let her catch us. Maybe? I mean, we cannot knock. I was expecting us to maybe be able to overhear what she's doing. But that doesn't seem to be it either. Maybe I was too far away when the door opened, or maybe I would have needed to enter right away after her. I don't know if that would have worked. I mean, I guess we can just chill here for a bit and see if she does, in fact, come back out and say something. I mean, in theory, she should have to go back to her shop once it, you know, once morning comes, I'm pretty sure. Or could I be hiding somewhere else? I wonder if she would notice if we were just sitting on top of that, the small little, like, porch roof thing here. Yeah, she's not saying anything else. Or, well, is her sister still around? Let me just quickly check. Would her sister be in the shop at night? I mean, the shops... Do they even close? They don't close, right? Typically, either way. Oh yeah, there you are. Can we tell her that? Oh, yeah, we can. Okay. Really? The sea lily across the way? So that's where my sister has been spending her time. But what I still want to know is, what is she doing in there? The window is up too high for me to see inside, and I don't see how I'd climb up there without a ladder. There must be some way to see what she's up to in secret. Well, no worries. It is raining, but pretty sure we'll be able to get up there somehow. Oh, yeah, we don't even have to climb. Perfect. Just descend. There we go. Somehow, I mean, this is definitely not the first time I've done something like this in a Zelda game. This reminds me a lot of, well, Wind Waker as well, where you, on one of the islands in Wind Waker, you later on have to enter the bomb shop, I'm pretty sure, and then you see Tetra and her pirates extort the shop owner, I think, because they need the bombs to enter the place where they suspect one of the diamonds is, right? The three things that you need to collect at some point. And Tetra actually notices Link overhearing their conversation, and she speaks extra loudly when voicing their password that you need to have in order to enter their ship. I always thought that was a bit of a funny quest. Okay, what the hell are you doing in here? Because it seems to me as if this is just a food storage shed. Perfect. I do believe nobody saw me. I'm free to enjoy another of my late-night meals in secret? Okay. I don't know what I expected. It wasn't this. Not the first time I've done something like this in a Zelda game. Yeah, I mean... No, to be entirely fair, I don't think I ever would have had any reason to take a look at what a person would be doing at night. I'm trying to think if maybe I had like a pet or something. But usually with pets, you don't sneak up to see what they're doing at night. They just yell at you because they want to eat something at night. So kind of what she's doing here. It's just that, yeah, with a pet, they definitely want you to know. So she's just munching on some carrots in the middle of the night? Is there a reason for why she's not just eating normally? Ah, how I enjoy my nightly vegetables. Oh! Never mind. Never mind. Now I get it. She doesn't want anybody to know that in secret she's a big fan of the vegetables of the city. Oh my god. Alright, now it would be insanely funny if Mr. Mayor Reed sneaks off at night into his shed to wear some mushroom clothing. Because I feel like that's where this is going. Are we about to discover that in secret they actually like their opponent's stuff, but just pretend otherwise to most people? Well, I have to admit, that's kind of a cool turn of events, because I feel like, you know, Link might come in here as a bit of a, well, as somebody who can talk to both sides and convince them that they can live together in harmony, I guess. Potok, hi, welcome back. A stalker's dream job, private detective. Honestly, not so wrong, right? I mean, you do have to have a certain fable for that, I guess, in order to enter into a job like that. Well, I mean, we just kind of on accident, after visiting the dye shop, discovered where CC is off to every night, so I feel like it is going well. Your cat tripped you the other night trying to get food? Oh, God. I mean, cats can be very insistent, right, when they want food. That is something that they, yeah, can be very, very adamant about, and they won't let go until they have it. And then you give them food, they eat like a third of it, and then say, nah, not my kind of food, I wanted something else, and just go off their merry ways. The shine, the luster, the fragrance, yes indeed. Now this is luxury dining. And so, without further ado, let us tuck in. Crunch, munch, crunch. Oh god, she's really digging into that carrot, huh? Oh. She would be, she would be a big fan of the Loporrits in Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I think she would like their carrots a lot. Huh, so scrumptious. The crisp, smooth taste is a sign they were grown on a diet of pure water. Thanks to the farmer's deft touch and the quality of the soil, I can even eat the skin without misgivings. Honestly, vegetables from anywhere but Hateno village simply don't count. They're nowhere near as filling. Though I've built a reputation on flash and glamour here in private, I must admit that the simple, unadorned things are best. There's simply no denying it, alas. But now that I'm full for tonight, it's best that I return home. If I don't return quickly, Sophie may start to suspect something. Oh yeah, she already does. Don't worry about it. Or do worry, I guess, in this particular case. Oh boy. Well. Oh god. Well, that doesn't sound great. I hope it gets better soon. That's, yeah. Some thing your cat did there. Pick up? Oh, those things. Oops. Didn't want to pick that up. She's still around? That would have been funny if we just opened the door behind her. I know, it's morning already. Manny back to his creeping spot, I see. Oh, it hurts to breathe. Oh god. Yeah, I really hope that gets better soon. That actually sounds rather bad. To be fair, I don't think I could be mad at my pet for doing something like that. You know, it's one of those shenanigans that cats just get up to, I guess. I never noticed that it actually tells you on the posters. Is that a new thing? What kind of ingredients you need for specific colors? Huh. That is very interesting. What was the color that is very difficult to get in real life? Isn't that blue as well? Where it took people a very, very long time to find the, I guess, sources for it. Oh, wait, you have a side quest for me now? Yeah, I've got a favor to ask. Sure. It's not enough for me to just rework with fabric you bring me. I want to dye my hand at making my own patterns. Ooh. Entering into competition with Cece? Just like Cece, of course. Hers are all original designs. Making fabrics from scratch seems like a lot of hard work, but that's where you come in. Could you cast around for some reference material I could use as inspiration? First, I'm thinking I want to see visuals of that monster they call a choo-choo. The jelly? Okay. Kind of choo-choos everywhere, even just outside the village. But I'm too pain-hearted to go near them. I think if I could see a regular choo-choo for myself, not a fire choo-choo or ice choo-choo, it would help a lot. Photographing a choo-choo. Do I already have pictures of those? It's been a while since I looked into my compendium. Oh, he's old. Aw. Food is his favorite. Yeah, it happens. But, yeah, I can... Oh, God. Cats at night can be quite something. Because they're also very silent, and you never quite know where they run to. At least it was always a case of, you know, I also had to be careful not to... Because they're always kind of run around your feet, right? Especially if you have their food. Remember my cat, back in the day, always... Like, he always wanted to have the food, as soon as it was on the plate, or even before that, right, and desperately tried to get to it without waiting those 5 seconds for me to put it down in front of him, and then obviously started eating before the plate was even on the ground. So, yeah. I guess that's kind of just what cats do. Alright, if I had a picture of a choo-choo, it should be here somewhere, right? Those are the Horriblins. Bokoblins. Really, I feel like forgot to take a lot of these pictures. Yeah, unfortunately, I think we will have to find a choo-choo and take a picture. Sega at Koji Dye Shop has started using his dyeing technique to make different fabrics. He wants to make one based on a choo-choo and has asked you for a visual reference. If he could get a good look at a common blue choo-choo, he could come up with a lovely design. Do I want to dye my clothes, by the way? I don't know. I feel like currently... What are you off to? Ah, sorry, mister. Ask someone else. I'm in a hurry. Alright. What are you guys staring at? Yeah, I feel like I still have to come up with a cool combination of clothes to then also dye it. They all seem very excited to be here. Oh boy, yeah, that sounds like... sounds like a difficult situation, especially, you know, at night, possibly in the dark. Why do cats like... Although typically cats like to enter the bathroom when you're in it, right? Because they don't like closed doors. That was actually a bit of a problem, because the wind here in this particular room is always... I don't know, a bit stronger, or, well, if the door is open, the wind can, like, just close it sometimes. So it was always, I always had to do, like, a weird pillow arrangement to make sure that the door would stay open at night. Otherwise, the cat would complain. So I had to find a way for the door to, you know, stay slightly open, so that the cat could still come in and go whenever it so pleased. So this is it, the Koji Dye Shop. Just like they say, it's a smartly designed shop with smartly dressed employees. Fitting, considering that this is where Cece got her start. I can't quite decide what clothes to have them dye. Yeah, me too. Or what colors I want. I guess I should figure that out first. I mean, your getup already looks pretty cool. Listen to us hemming and hawing over every decision and the joys of fashion, huh? Indeed. Oh, wait a second. The children are running to school in the morning? Oh, that's really cute. So yeah, that's the school. Makes sense. We already heard about Zelda in her diary talking about the school, actually. Also telling us that it was built by Hudson Construction. As you can see, it's the funny wooden container design, which is actually quite fitting for a school, I think. Because it looks like sort of these children's building blocks, right? It's like Legos. But wooden. Why is it raining constantly? That also looks really cool. A sign for the school? Potato School. Alright. Do we want to take a look over? I mean, I guess at this point we'd be bursting into the lessons, but I would like to see what's going on there. They did build it a bit... Ah, well, then again, it's on top of the hill, right? Nobody's really going to bother the children. The children aren't going to be bothering anybody else. I guess it fits. Hey, another frog. You only need one more. Looking for Hylian tomatoes grown by Meta. Find them at the general store. Shower time, little ones. Yeah? You need something from me? No? Nothing at all. I don't want to give out the mushrooms. Yet, anyways. I mean, to be fair, Now that we kind of know Cece's secret and know that she's actually into the whole crop business in Hateno, I think I like her a tiny bit more. Although obviously I would appreciate... Where are you going? I would have appreciated if she was just honest. Because I don't think people would have minded, right? I'm pretty sure if they didn't even need to hold that whole election business. If she would have just told the mayor, oh yeah, by the way, I actually like your crops, so let's just come to some sort of arrangement that works for both of us. You know, I feel like that would have been a lot easier for everybody involved, but of course, guess we just do it. We have to do it the hard way. Oh hey, mister. Are you what they call a traveler? Your weapon is really neat. Every Wanderer has amazing gear. It's true. Oh, it's... See the kid to... There was a quest in Breath of the Wild, I remember, where you had to show a kid a bunch of different weapons, right? Are you the same kid? I love swords and bows and arrows and all that stuff. Wanna be my friend, mister? I'm pretty sure I already was, but sure. We're spies for Azum. He's a hero who protects our village. Who the hell is Azum? I'm spy number 1 and my little sister Nara is spy number 2. It makes you spy number 3, mister. Aw. Okay. Guess that's his sister, right? Shouldn't they, like, stay at school? At least until lunch? Guess it was a very, very quick school day then. Neat, the soap opera drama. Alright, fair enough. Definitely makes the whole place a lot more exciting. I do agree with that. Man, it's really raining down, huh? What a cool school. I really like that. Beautiful Hyrule flag at the top. I honestly can see the kids being really happy here. Have some flowers growing out. Does the school have a unique... I guess it does. Has a unique theme. Yeah, that's really nice. Of course, these are wooden instead of the tires you would see in our world. What does it say up front? Help wanted. Apply to become a teacher. Oh yeah, we who told us that? Was it the... Because I haven't talked to the mayor yet, right? Was it his wife? Somebody said something about them not having enough teachers. Wait, no, who was that? Wasn't that somebody from Lookout Landing? Somebody from the research team? I don't remember. I just remember that somebody told us that they're looking for teachers. Want to show children the joy of learning? No experience necessary. Okay, I don't know if that's necessarily the best teacher job description, but alright. Inquire at the school for more information. Prospective applicants are welcome to sit in on a lesson. Simon. Alright. Let's take a look here. I see. Oh, this is really cute. Especially with the music as well. They actually have proper lessons. They have a lot of room in here, though, considering that it seems like there's only 4 children here right now. Map of Hyrule. Really cool. I wonder if Simon is a good teacher. I mean, he knows a lot, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, it's one thing knowing a lot. It's another thing entirely to actually be able to transfer that knowledge onto children. I do love that you see those children's pictures all over the place, right? Zelda had a couple in her secret room down in the well, but there were also a couple other ones in one of the Hudson model homes that I'm fairly certain Zelda put there as well. But it just looks really cool. We'll just quickly take a look at what's up here. Is this where Simon does he live? On the second floor of the school? Interesting. Alright, children. Sorry to bother you in your, I'm sure, very important lesson, but what's going on? Oh, okay, he doesn't... excuse me, but... Class is in session now. If you need to talk, please do so after we're finished. Okay, sorry. Wait, do you not have... I thought you had a... Hi. Yes, what is it? Oh, it's you, Link. Oh, well, he recognizes us. Understandably so, but... we haven't seen you in... Link, you're back? Wait, did you know that we were gone? My apologies for the outburst. Clearly, you're back in town then. But what of Princess Zelda? Princess Zelda is still missing, which is the reason you came here alone. It makes more sense. Princess Zelda built the school, you see. We know, yeah. She cared so much about the children. I'm sure this would be one of the first stops if she had returned. Right now, we're covering history, which was very important to Princess Zelda. We're focusing on Hyrule's history alongside the Calamity. Oh yeah, can we actually sit in on that lesson? Because I'm still not entirely sure what the hell the Calamity was even about, considering that... Well, I'm just very unsure what Calamity Ganon was, if it wasn't the Demon King. Maybe. You know, Link, you're welcome to sit in on a lesson if you... Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm in for that. Let's do it. Today's class will be a history lesson. Are we suddenly the co-teacher here? I thought we were sitting in on the lesson. The story of Hyrule is deeply intertwined with the Calamity, and that is no exaggeration or embellishment. The Calamity has been visited upon the land of Hyrule several times before. Has it? I feel like that's... I mean, okay, so in theory, from what we know from the previous game, there was one Calamity kind of 10,000 years ago, apparently, right? Where the Sheikah built all of their technology and drove back Calamity Ganon. And then it happened again 100 years ago. And then ultimately we dealt with it in the previous game. But several times? Sounds more than twice, right? It was sealed away 10,000 years ago by the sacred princess and a hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness. Isn't that just a fairy tale? No. Over time, history and legend sometimes blur together. Oh, the kids are... actually agree with that. Because especially the whole bit about it being 10,000 years ago never really made much sense to me, honestly. All this stuff about 10,000 years ago and such, who cares? You got any pictures or proof to back up this so-called 10,000-year-old Calamity? Yeah, Simon. How about a picture here? You know? Some credible sources. It's no fairy tale, I assure you. These are real historical events. There's a problem. We'll need to show them some kind of depiction of the Calamity from 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, this lesson is over before it began. I'm sorry, Link. This isn't how I thought the lesson would go. If I had more foresight, I'd have borrowed the screen depicting the Calamity from Lady Impa's Hall. Kakariko Village, where the hall is located, is also in Necluda, but it's too far for the to the northwest for a casual visit. If only I could show these children a detailed image of the screen depicting the Calamity, I think they'd understand. Yeah, if only we had that capability. And if only you were the person who built the very thing that we use in order to get pictures all over the world, right? Imagine how convenient that would have been if you had another Purah pad. Well, I guess he was helping with it, not actually building it himself, but still. Although, I suppose it isn't Lady Impa's Hall now, is it? Am I accurate to call it Lady Pi's Hall? Teach me a lesson 1. Simon students didn't put much stock in the story of the Calamity. He thinks that if he could show them an elaborate picture of the screen depicting the Calamity, they would believe his history lesson. The screen in question is kept at Pi's Hall in Kakariko Village. To be entirely honest, though, I don't know how a more symbolic... I mean, it's that screen kind of looks like hieroglyphics, right? Well, not hieroglyphics in that sense, but it has that same sort of feeling to it, right? Like when you're looking at pictures of what the Egyptians were up to 5,000 years ago. And while they did, in fact, write down what they did, I feel like it's still not exactly easy to, I guess, like in your mind, really believe or come up with what they were doing. I don't know. It just, I don't know if showing him a picture of that particular screen has really convinced the children here, but whatever. It doesn't even convince me, at least not with the timeline. Because how would you know that? Like 10,000 years, that's such a long time that I feel like it's almost impossible to know if it really was in fact 10,000 years. We already talked to you, right? No, wait, you're somebody else. Uma. I can't hardly call this a field yet. It'll need a lot more work before it's through. Well now, what's a wanderer doing in our neck of the woods? Going where you please is a perk of being a traveller. Chalk it up to fate, and let me tell you about this place. This is the Hateno School field. Oh, the field actually belongs to the school, okay. Alright, now it's more like an empty lot, but it used to be a good little field. I aim to get it back in shape, so it can support crops again. It's hard work fixing up a plot after it's gone to seed. It'll be a spell before anyone can plant anything here. Did you have something to say? No particular business to take care of, eh? That's fine then. Okay. I mean, it doesn't look half bad. I've definitely seen worse fields. It doesn't happen to have a Korok next to it though, right? Nope. It does have a well. Let's see. I wonder... West well. I wonder if these different wells will be connected, actually. I mean, well, clearly they won't be connected to Zelda's one, but... it seems like there are a couple, actually, in the city, so... Oh. These are all the hot-footed ones, right? Yeah. Pretty sure this is the, the place Manny mentioned. Hey! And there's a chuchu jelly. Perfect! Let me take a picture of you real quick. Oh. Oops, wrong ability. Hey, buddy. Okay. Stop it. Does it still count? Damn it. Because it doesn't give me the orange frame. I'm not entirely sure. I guess it counts whenever it displays that quest symbol, right? Okay. Oh god, the album's full again. Album, we'll have to delete some pictures here. Let's just delete all the ones that are definitely... I still think this is a really cool picture of Phantom Ganon, by the way. Yeah, this one I don't need either. All the pictures of, like, different weapons and whatnot that it took. We can probably get rid of. This one not, though. That's a very important one. These ones, the recipe I want to keep as well. We can keep the bear. Oh yeah, it actually still displays whenever things are part of a quest. So that's pretty cool. Double rainbow I definitely want to keep too. The horrible one we can get rid of. This one we don't need. Crows. Oh, there's another blurby one. Okay. Why do I have so many pictures of the dragons? Did I just keep them? Oh, these have been a while ago, actually. Oh yeah, as I said, I kind of forgot to take pictures of a couple of things. Alright. Yes, perfect. That gives us more space again. Is this gonna work for... Yeah. Perfect. What's going on back here? Because I love the dragons? Yeah, I actually do. They're really, really cool. I guess I also like that particular dragon design, because typically you don't really see it all that much. These long... I don't know, is that more sort of... I wanted to say Chinese, right? Because they have those, like, dragon festivals, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing in Japan too. So it's more an Eastern Asian type of thing, I guess, when it comes to their design. The whole bit with the dragons looking more like big, you know, reptilian birds is probably more, I guess, European in origin. Not that those designs are bad. I mean, they look pretty badass, right? But I guess since this design is a bit more unusual, especially when it comes to games, I just like it more. Ah, damn it. Well, thankfully I do already have enough rocks. I think I'm at 12, and we only need 10. Well, so far. So, how many choo-choo trains in here? Come on. There we go. Ooh. You guys just stay here. Thank you. And there we go. And of course, another wall to destroy. At some point I will definitely have... Are you kidding me? I will definitely have to go back to the depths. Not that far into the future to replenish my stock of bombs, I feel like. Hey, buddy. Because it is getting somewhat problematic, the sheer amount of bombs you need to get through all of these different caves. Like that. Still haven't really found a good reason or a good thing to use the like stones for. I don't even know if there's a super specific thing you can use them for. Oh, I still have one even. Oh well. Keep this one in here then. Where are we? This has to connect back to different wells, right? Because this is where I entered. It's pretty much around the entire village, or below the entire village, rather. Which actually does bring up the question if you would, in theory, be capable of... Are those... Those are bats, right? Oh, there we go. I wonder if you would, in theory, be capable of just ascending right into CC's secret stash of vegetables. Oh, right. I always forget that you can use shields to break the stones as well. Because I had a shield with the Talus Heart for a while. Technically, I could probably use the one that I have with this one, right? With the Lionel armor on it. I guess it could work too. That's a good point. Actually gives me a reason to use a shield for once. And also doesn't drain the durability of this weapon, which is actually pretty cool. Oh yeah, there is another well up top. Okay. Got a Horriblin? Yeah. What's going on here? How do they just chill below the village? You'd think that this would be a problem if these creatures were down here, but alright. Actually, with the sheer amount of frogs that are in here, it wouldn't be too difficult to get 100 of them. I wonder if the father of, oh. Hello. Of the general store girl is sometimes just checking out this well. Simply because there are that many frogs down here, if he really likes them so much. Oh, these have so much HP. There we go. The one thing that always does bother me, though, if I use something to break the rocks instead of shooting bomb arrows into them, is that a lot of the times some of them just stay around at the ceiling, right? Or close to the ceiling anyways, because you'll not be able to hit all of them. I don't know, for some reason that annoys me a bit. I would like to get rid of all the breakable rocks. Oh well. It is what it is, I guess. So many bright blooms. One thing that I actually don't know is whether or not there is a maximum amount of any one particular item that you can carry around. I mean, I'd imagine it'd be 999, right? I don't think I ever got to that number. It feels like eventually we will, with the bright bloom seeds in this particular game. Let's see, does this work? Nope. Unfortunate. I really thought this would have been... I mean, maybe not the most ideal thing to be breaking stuff with, but that it doesn't work at all? That's surprising. I guess... Do I just want to fuse a rock to this shield then? Because that should work, right? Yeah. Okay. Bit weird, isn't it? I mean, you'd think that a probably really powerful Lionel stuff thing with spikes on it, Lionel armor, would be capable of smashing rocks, but oh well. There we go. It is a bit annoying when you're running around with a spear type weapon, though, because you always have to get the weapon back into your inventory before you can change over to the shield. Also, is it going to break my entire shield, or is it just going to be the rock that breaks? It sounded like it's going to be the entire shield, which there's really not a lot of durability in this particular case. But I guess that's, well, it's just a normal rock, right? Not the stone talus ones. Give me a... There we go. How many of these frogs are in here? It's like at least 25 or something. Okay. There's another two. Oh, damn it, Link. Wrong direction. Hey, bomb. Alright. Get the feeling that this is gonna loop around, right? I mean, hopefully. And I'm definitely still a big fan of whenever there are these types of structures near villages, that they still play the music of the place you're in, ever so faintly in the background. It's like somebody is actually playing it within the city, right? And you just sort of faintly hear them playing the musical tune of wherever you are. Let's see. Can I grab that chest from the edge of the water? I should be able to. Oh, well. Or I just put it on this piece of wood. That would work as well. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's see. Can we grab it from here? No. So let's just move this a little bit over here, and then grab it. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, hello. Let's just see for 1 second if there are any other rocks that need smashing. And then I can get back to the, there we go. To get the shield out of there. Really? I think this looped back, right? Isn't this where I came by before? Wait, is it? I think it is. Should be fine. Let's just grab the shield real quick, and then we can get back to the city proper. Although I do still need to register most of these well locations on the map. So I feel like we'll have to jump down here a couple more times. There we go. Are we gonna exit right in the dye shop? Let's see. We are. Perfect. Oh, well, almost. It's outside. If we talk to Meta? Have I talked to him? You're very tall. Holy hell. No. Okay, yeah, I already talked to him. Alright. Let's take a look at the rest of the village then. These cooking utensils are still here. I like this outdoor kitchen. I wonder if this is just a place anybody can use, or does it belong to anybody in particular? Is it because it's opposite the inn? So it's for travelers or people who are here? Whose donkey are you? Does he belong to the dye shop? Because he has the that little thing on the side that seems to indicate colors, right? I'm a big fan of this like small, it's not really a lake, part of the river maybe, behind the dye shop. It's just such a lovely place. Reminds me a little bit of the Skellig sauna in Witcher 3. You know, with the wooden boards and whatnot. Obviously it's not a sauna here, so... Let's see. So many little nooks and crannies to take a look at. Oh boy. I have to. Link smashing pots. I actually wonder how they came up with that idea, right? How did they decide that in Zelda games, Link would be smashing pots all the time? Why was that a thing? Who thought that was a great idea? My feet are killing me. We went to the dye shop, the pasture, and the lab today, so we're beat. Okay, I can see that. We're headed back to the inn now, so excuse us. Oh man, that is so cool how they have this day-night cycle going on with the NPCs though. There are actual tourists here who do touristy stuff in the city. It's so awesome. Hey there. Oh, nice hair, dude. Man, this is gigantic. I don't remember it being this big. It's a proper inn. Okay. Any news? Anything in particular? Any rumors that are going on? Hey there. Welcome to Tonpu Inn. Whoops, tripped over my own tongue there. I was a traveler myself until not too long ago, so I'm still getting the hang of this innkeeper stuff. Okay. Never thought I'd give up the wandering lifestyle for the girl who ran the inn, no less. Oh, he's the dude she married then. I wonder if he even knows about her stalker. Well, I mean, at least I guess we do have to be thankful that he's not stalking her anymore, right? Because that would have been even more awkward if he would be stalking like a married woman. Not that it's... I guess it's hard to compare that, right? Or to put it like a... any sort of... thing on it in terms of how, like, it's bad no matter what, right? Although no, every time I show my face around there, she demands to know why I'm not wearing CC brand clothes. Oh god. So I'm keeping my distance until the fat dies down. Oh, but I've been talking your ear off. Are you staying here? It is the middle of the night, right? Yeah, so regular bed is 20, with a soft bed costs 30. Let's take the soft bed. Until morning. Not really worth it. I feel like I make Link always only sleep 2 hours. That must be even worse than not sleeping at all. But, oh well. Why does a day-night cycle have to be this fast? Alright, that was a long loading screen. Oh, is it? That's right. Why did you like the soft bed? Nice, huh? Alright then, safe travels. Do you need something else? Something not related to the inn? No. No, then feel free to stay at the inn if you like. Talk to you. I had no idea Wharton could be so stubborn. He would always humor me before we got married, no matter what I asked. Would it be so hard for him to wear a simple CC brand hat? I don't understand why he's this dead set against it. Oh, can I help you? See, that's the one thing that I'm a little bit, well, not confused by, but that I would have expected, you know, well-known fashion designer like Cece to do, is that instead of all of them wearing mushroom-themed clothing, why not design an actual unique clothing line for the inn, for example, right? To match with their interior and their theme, and I don't know. Well, then again, if you make the entire city mushroom-themed, I guess it's easier to market to tourists, if that really is a thing. Oops. I really can't be dwelling on that right now, not while I'm on the clock. Good morning. We're having nice weather again today. Welcome to Tonpu Inn. Will you be staying with us today? Do they actually... I guess they take shifts here, right? Don't they? That seems pretty hard as a married couple, because how would you ever see your other... How would you ever see your partner, right? If anybody... I don't think they shut down ever. It's not like the reception is closed at any point in time. Maybe the next time Wharton is leaning carelessly against the terrace, I'll catch him off guard and jam a hat on his head. Oh god. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's going to convince him to wear them all the time, right? As soon as he takes it off, he's just going to take it off again. Unless he immediately falls in love with it, which I highly doubt. Sometimes less is more. I mean, in this particular case, it might be, considering that they seem to have a bit of a mushroom head marriage problem at the current moment in time. You know, before I worked here, I was a customer, but then I got married and started to help run the place. I'm on break right now, though, so if you're looking for a place to stay, you should go ask the counter. She's probably my wife Prima you'll be dealing with. Every time I show my face around there, she demands to know why I'm not wearing CC brand clothes, so I'm keeping my distance until the fat dies down. I wonder if he would immediately start wearing that hat if I gave him a mushroom. I would like to know how they react to that, but then again, I still have to talk to the mayor and see if he also has some sort of weird convincing that we need to do. Because in that particular case, I'll just be talking to everybody and give each of them their respective, you know, counter argument, and then everybody can decide for themselves. Because I'd imagine not everybody would be convinced by getting a mushroom from us, right? And this inn really is pretty gigantic. I have to wonder, though, why they didn't put up any actual walls within the place, though, right? Considering the size of it, I mean, they could have easily fit, you know, a proper, like, hallway with individual rooms up here to put the beds in, instead of one giant open place. I cannot read that. Alright, that's the inn. I think there was something over here that I haven't looked at yet. Yeah. this staircase. And so many buildings, so much going on here. Oh, hello! Cool, there's the statue. Was it always here? I don't remember there being a statue right here. Actually, this is a lovely place too. I would like to have a house like this. That has a bit of a, terrace in front that's looking over, I don't know. Not a road in particular, but just looking over something. It starts to rain again. I think I have 4 blessings. If I remember correctly. I have 5. Oh, nice. Yeah, let's get another stamina. But I think, as much as I want to say that I kind of don't really need more stamina, I feel like the amount we had was already pretty, comfortable to work with. I just want to complete the second wheel. And then I think I'm pretty much going to go over to hearts until those are filled up. Because I feel like with the second stamina wheel, especially considering that you can just get stamina food and stuff, you're kind of set for almost anything. Aw, it's... Ducks are actually looking for stuff. I recently actually saw some ducks in real life in a pond that did that. Stood there for a bit, and the ducks seemed to think that we would give them food. Well, so I think they kept looking below the water surface, but fortunately couldn't find anything. Well, anything from me, at least. Have I talked to you already? I don't... Oh, wait, it's the mayor. Oh, this is the mayor's house, isn't it? Oh, okay, that explains its prime location within the village. Now, I want to get to the bottom of all this before the mayoral election. That's why I was looking for someone like you to lend me an ear. It'll have to be done in the middle of the day while my husband isn't in. What on earth is he doing in our shed? I'm not one to snoop around, so it'll have to be you. And of course, I'll pay you. Especially if you can figure out how to get inside that locked shed. You won't get in through the window. It's too much of a tight fit. Maybe you could dig a hole? This is a stumper. Okay, what kind of shed are we talking about here? Is it just the side of the house? I didn't have anything with me. And also, it's always this kind of thing where you're not always... I mean, with ducks, it's typically fine, right? But you're not always supposed to give them food. Because then they just get used to humans giving them food. Like, especially when it's in parks and whatnot. It's not always allowed. Oh! Well, hello. That's the shed we were talking about, right? Yeah. No entry without permission. Read. Alright. Well, it should be easy enough to... If the wells below the city, which I'm assuming they do run below this place, so we should be able to ascend into it. If I manage to do it correctly. Oh, there he is. They do have a pretty fancy house, don't they? Love this little storage room they have here. 3 beds. Man, I really love the house design in this game. I loved it in Breath of the Wild already. They all just look so cozy, right? It's like they've taken on all of the best things about these, well, kind of, not really medieval, but definitely in that sort of vein types of houses, right? I don't know. Something about the, I guess, simplicity of it really speaks to me. Just feels very cozy. Very much like a home. Hey, what are you doing? You're a traveler I saw at Ventus Clothing, right? Did you come to check on me because you were worried? Yeah, I lost my head a little there. I'm not too proud of the way I behaved. But don't you worry about me. I have a couple tricks up my sleeve against Cece. Oh. Alright, let's hear them. I might not be able to pull one off them one of them off in time for the mayoral election, so I'm focusing on the second plan, to bring back a taste no one's tried here in years. Alright, what you talking about? Way back when, my grandfather worked with someone from the village to create a special kind of food. It was too ahead of its time to catch on, so it never went further than the first trial run. But I never forgot it. Even today, I can still recall the gooey mouthfeel of the one bite my grandfather shared with me. Okay. I don't really know if that's gonna convince people. But then again, mushrooms probably won't either, so... Though in the back of my mind, I've always wanted to make it a signature staple of this village. If I could accomplish that, then I'd have something that could stand up to Cece. Except, I can't remember who in the village my grandfather worked with or what they created. Oh god. And now that I think of it, it also had a unique pungent scent. If I could just smell that aroma again, it might jog my memory. I mean, maybe you get lucky and we just have it in our inventory already? But don't worry about my problems. I hope you have a nice, relaxing time in our village. If you tried the fresh milk they make on the farm up the hill, I never start my morning without a glass. No, I haven't actually. We still need to get up to that. A new signature food. Okay. God, there's so many quests here. Reed wants to make the food that his grandfather created with another villager into a new village staple. However, all he remembers about it is its creamy, melty mouthfeel. Somehow this quest description reads very different from what I had in mind from what he was saying. In its unique pungent aroma. Reed thinks smelling that aroma again might jog his memory. Okay, that sounds like something we'd potentially have to cook, right? Maybe it's a recipe somebody has on their wall somewhere? A creamy, melty mouthfeel. With a pungent aroma? Oh, I gotta get back to vacuuming. Well, I hope that goes well. I'm personally not a big fan of vacuuming at all. I like when it's, tidy, right? Once you've done it, it's cool. I hate how easily dust just comes back in, right? Or not in, but is created by clothing and yourself and I don't know what else. It's one of those things, right? I would be fine with vacuuming once a month or something, right? If that would be a thing, if you could vacuum once a month and it would be fine for a month and then you go over to doing it again once, right? It would be fine. I mean, depending on the size of the room or whatever, it doesn't actually take that long. What I absolutely dislike is that it doesn't really matter, I feel like, whether or not you don't vacuum for 3 days or a month. It looks equally bad, right? But if you do vacuum, it just looks bad 3 days later. What the hell? And it's especially annoying with electronic devices because they just attract dust like nothing else. And obviously you cannot really vacuum them off. You have to properly clean them. So that's even more annoying, right? I mean, vacuum I would be fine with. You just go around the room, you vacuum. All right, stuff's gone. It's fine. But all of my, on my monitors here, for example, right? Or on my PC. And then you have all the, what's most annoying about is you have all these little cracks. And for some reason, and I cannot get behind why they're doing this. For some reason, people seem insistent on creating things on electronic devices where dust can get into, but you can never remove it again. I mean, on a keyboard, it's kind of it's keys, right? So it's difficult to claim between those. But I don't know. For example, the monitors that I have, they came with a stand, right? The stand itself was fine. It's just a smooth surface. And it's also pretty, heavy, and it's a really, really cool stand. And they have a thing in the middle so that you can turn them, right? Which, that again, is fine. For some reason, though, that turntable, if you will, has a pattern on it. Actually looks a little bit like a Zonai device now that I'm looking at it. But it has a pattern on it made out of plastic that has a lot of cracks. It looks like a small little labyrinth or something. Right? How are you supposed to clean that? Seriously. Like, who comes up with that stuff? And even if you would have to have like a super vacuum cleaner in order to get the dust off of that. So you have to clean it properly, but that doesn't really work. I don't know. I hate dust. If I could, you know, I did like, what's it called? Like when I was still in school, I had one of the, what's it called? Like when you work somewhere, but not really work there, but it's for kind of just looking at that work and learning what they do there, and like a trial run thing. I don't know. Well, we had something like that in school, and I actually worked at a place here that has, well, they're more or less in charge of making sure that, well, science works correctly. So they're, for example, in charge of keeping time. They actually have atomic clocks there and whatnot, right? And are responsible for time in our country to run properly. So everything runs off of them, off of their time that they provide for others. So it's like an institute, if you will, for all kinds of scientific, you know, things and measurements, and making sure that they basically provide, for example, the like standard for what industry things are calibrated on, right? So, for example, if companies have some sort of, well, you know, they have to measure the weight of something, right? In order to calibrate their devices, they can call upon that institute and get like standardized things for calibration, right? It's a bit difficult to describe actually what they do. Either way, they have a room, like one of those clean rooms that you also need for spaceship satellite development and whatnot, right? That where you can make sure that no dust gets in, and that was really, really cool to look at. I was in there once for a bit, and obviously you have to wear, like, you get those things that you put over your shoes, and you have to change into that special like white clothing, and you have to wear something over your head so that no particles from your skin or your hairs or whatever can get onto that stuff. But they also have all the way around the room, so there's like a constant, kind of like an AC, but much, much stronger, obviously, right? Like a constant updraft. It's essentially a lot of parts of the floor are just these grates where air is constantly flowing from the floor to the ceiling, right? So the ceiling is sucking up the air, and the floor is providing new air for you to be able to breathe in it. But it also means, and then obviously that gets filtered as well. So the room has like the cleanest air that you can get, pretty much. Was really, really cool to look at. But funny thing is, I always, you know, I don't know, if I would have won the lottery or something, right? If I would be a billionaire or whatever, I always thought about actually building a room like that in a house simply for not having to deal with dust in. So that would be the room that you can put all your like computers and electronic devices into, right? I'm pretty sure that it's actually a terrible idea because you have the sound of that airflow the entire time. But it would be funny. It was a fun thought experiment of thinking, okay, what if I had the money to actually build a room like that and just put everything in that typically collects a lot of dust, and, you know, that way it wouldn't. Cool thing to think about. Unfortunately, not really feasible in real life. I fear. All right, so he's looking for smell. Right, I still don't really have any idea of what he's talking about. So creamy and melty, I would typically associate with maybe butter, some sort of milk-like thing, right? So cream from milk, something like that. Some cream variant, maybe cream cheese. Cream cheese, actually. That would have a more well, cream cheese not really, but cheese in general. Creamy cheese could have some pungent aroma. But that's not exactly a dish. It's a type of food. It feels like he's looking for a dish. Creamy, melty mouthfeel. Yeah, no idea what that's in reference to. Don't you worry about me. I have a secret plan in the works. Although it rests on remembering just who in the village my grandfather worked with and what they created. I distinctly remember its creamy, melty mouthfeel, at least. If I could just smell that unique pungent aroma again and jog my memory. Don't think I have time to pull off my other idea before the mayoral election. So I've got to make this one work. But don't worry about my problems. I hope you have a nice, relaxing time in our village. Have you tried the fresh milk they make on the farm up the hill? I mean, I never start my morning without a glass. Alright, so considering that he is talking about the milk, I'm pretty sure that it has to be some sort of cheese-related, milk-related thing, right? I mean, creamy, melty, kind of goes that way. But then again, the village itself, or what he stands for, is their tradition on crops. So how does that combine with pumpkins or carrots? I have to check something here real quick. Okay, there we go. I don't really know. But either way, I'll be taking a really, really quick break, actually. Just want to, get myself something to drink. And when I'll be back, we will take a look at that place that's responsible for the milk. See the cows and maybe get an idea about what this guy was talking about. And also enter his storage shed, which I probably should still do. Well, I mean, it'll be easy enough to, because he's in there during the night, right? So we'll have to enter during the day when he's not there. So I'll just have to make sure that it's daytime again, which, it's that will happen really, really fast. So I'll be right back, and then we'll take a look at the milk producing place. Be right back. Alrighty, let's do this. It took like a minute longer than I wanted, but let's check on that place. He's still standing in here. Let's see. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'm able to get into the shed real quick before he actually enters it, right? Because it is technically still daytime. I'd imagine he might be coming into the shed at around maybe 10 p.m. or something. This is the northern well. Let's see. I do hope, I think, maybe, yeah, it looks to be the same one that we entered earlier, right? Yeah. Okay, so we would have to go left here somehow. No, this goes south. Let's see. Ooh, there we go. This could work. Yeah, this could actually work. Okay. In theory, according to the map, I'm now directly below his shed. So, let's see. Let's stalk on Mr. Mayor a little bit and see if we can enter his shed. We can! There we go. Ooh, not much in here. Notes toward a new variety of pumpkin. Okay. See, I was expecting him to secretly have some mushroom clothing in here. Considering that Cece secretly likes vegetables. I was kind of expecting him to like her clothing. Then again... Well, let's read through these notes first. I firmly believe that Tateno's village's charm is in the delicious vegetables and milk from our farms. But there is no denying that these things just aren't resonating with the youth nowadays, and I've got no business being mayor if I can't fix that. So I got together with Knack, the best farmer in these parts, and we came up with a new type of pumpkin. The color, shape, and appearance are based on the CC brand aesthetic. Oh, hello. Which is popular with the young folk. How do you... So, why not just grow mushrooms then? Why would you want to create a pumpkin that looks like a mushroom? I mean, I guess for taste-related reasons. But it's a bit of a weird idea, but sure. Could work. We've hit a snag, though. It might be a bit before we can achieve our goal of shipping the pumpkins out. Alright. Oh, wait, I haven't talked to her. Oh, I completely forgot to talk to her again. Yeah. I talked to Sophie about that she entered the building, but we didn't talk to her again about what she was doing there. Oh, well, either way, we could do this first. Reed's secret. You learned a few things from the journal found in the shed. Reed is developing a new type of vegetable with Knack. He's trying to incorporate elements from the CC clothing line, and his efforts haven't come to anything yet. Report back to the worried Clavia. Right. I'm still on the fence on how I should be playing this, right? Because originally I thought that we might actually be able to influence who wins the election. I wasn't quite sure about that. That being said, they both seem to be actually secret admirers of each other, if you will, right? Or rather, of what each of them stands for. So, seems like there's a lot of common ground that we can work with here. Because at the end of the day, I wonder if we could just call off the election and they just work together on doing whatever the hell they're doing. Because I'd imagine if Cece is such a big fan of all of the vegetables here, she might actually really, really enjoy a new type of pumpkin. Especially if it incorporates her clothing line. Bam, just leaving. To be honest, if the door isn't closed, we could have just entered normally, right? I mean, what? It's not like he saw that. He's still doing his own things, I guess. That's the school. Where the hell is the farm? I guess it's up the hill, right? Towards where the research lab is, I'd imagine. Let's talk to these guys later. I still want to... Oh, then again... Should I talk to her right away? Let's see. I mean, we're here already. Where the hell is she? His wife, I mean. There she is. How goes it? Made any progress on that thing we talked about? We did indeed. Interestingly enough, though, Reed did not give us a task like Cece did, right? With convincing people with mushrooms to vote for her. So, interesting. You say he's developing a new type of pumpkin. So that's why he's been consulting with Knack so often. He could have just asked Cece about it directly. But I know he's too hardworking and stubborn for that. It's a relief to find out the truth. A lot of things make sense now. Like why he went to Ventus Clothing. It's so obvious in hindsight. I'm sorry. That's between me and my husband. Thank you for looking into this for me. I promised you a reward, and I keep my promises. Okay, cool. 10 tomatoes. What a pair the two of them make, if they would just get along. That is a conundrum indeed. Interesting. So this just completes the quest? You ought to be my guest, and instead I end up asking you for favors. Sorry about that. But you were a huge help, thank you. If only that man could be more forthright. He takes everything so seriously that he sometimes doesn't know how to open up. No one knows him like me, so it's up to me to give him my support. Oh, they're a cute married couple, actually. I think she's, considering that Maya and his wife, right, they have to support each other quite a bit, because it's probably a lot of work, I'd imagine. Don't you worry. Okay, secret plan. Okay. Let's see if we can find out about what this is at the farm. What the hell are you doing here? Sorry about that. Did not expect her to burst into the place like this. I can't talk now. I need to get my sleep for school tomorrow. Oh, very diligent girl. Yeah, you do that. Need a lot of sleep to... I am still convinced that the reason why I was always able to concentrate in school better than most of my classmates was because I actually got some sleep. I was always actually... I never minded going to bed early. Yeah, I never really minded that at all. Like sometimes, obviously, it depended. Right? When there was a new Pokemon game out or something, and of course I wanted to stay up to play it. But yeah, I also definitely appreciated having enough sleep to actually then concentrate the next day. And I still do, honestly. I hate not being able to concentrate properly. If you have questions about the village, you should ask my papa. He's the mayor of this village. Already did. You go on then. Go to bed. It is pretty late, considering her age, right? It's almost 10 p.m. If you have school the next day, yeah, you should definitely be going to bed. Alright. We have to move further up the hill if we want to get to the farm, right? Let's see here. I think I can just stand... There's another golden apple. Eastwell, yeah. You can just stand next to the wells and they'll be registered on your map. But I know what to do with them. That's the third golden apple I found. I feel like there has to be something special you can do with it, right? Beyond just a normal dish. I mean, maybe if I just cook the golden apple in and of itself, it'll already give me some sort of cool effect. Whose house is this? Oh, they're already sleeping. I guess we... Oh, that's her, Uma, who we met on the fields. Okay. Some sort of elixir on the wall. Right, I almost forgot about that. So, I mean, if I cannot find something in these houses, there has to be a house that potentially has a recipe or something on the wall that is connected to what the mayor was talking about, right? The thing he remembers from his, what was it, grandfather? That's the shrine. Cute little puppy. Don't know what he's doing out here in the middle of the night. Okay. Nothing else here. Oh, I love that. Wait, what? Surely you wouldn't be... No, it has a stone floor, right? Or maybe not? Because I was going to say, this looks like floor... heating. Floor heating, that's the word I was looking for. Really, really sophisticated houses. Alright. What the hell is going on here? You look like you're sleeping at the table, ma'am. Oh, such beautiful homes. I don't know what it is. I've always been a big fan of whenever you have this type of setup in a house, right? So some sort of, I guess, gallery or something up top where you can also go below and have like these two floors, but you can see them and also look down from them onto the floor below. I don't know, something about this type of structural design in houses has always been very appealing to me. Obviously, you know, typically get that in very large and expensive houses, so it's not like I've ever lived in a place that had that, but yeah, I like it nonetheless. Oh, a visitor. I'm sorry, I don't have it in me to be very welcoming right now. I'll take care of it later, maybe by tomorrow morning. What's going on? My hometown. Oh, Sluridan village, a small fishing village along the shore southeast of here. It's been suffering constant pirate attacks. I've heard it's almost entirely destroyed. At least the villagers fled without any loss of life, or so they say. But what good is it if all their homes are destroyed? I'm afraid that the village is finished. My poor father, he was the head of Lurin. Oh, God, yeah. That village was his whole life. If it's really gone, I worry that the shock could finish him. Where I'm from, we believed in welcoming everyone with a smile. That's why I don't want anyone from home to see me so down. Oh boy. We really have to deal with Lurelin Village at some point, or with the pirates there, rather. It still makes me wonder. You can find so many NPCs in the other villages and towns that seem to hail from Lurelin Village. So I'm really beginning to wonder whether or not they'll all be moving back if we deal with the pirates, right? I mean, that would be awesome, honestly, if there was like a really, really permanent change you could bring to a lot of these people by potentially even rebuilding that entire village. That would be pretty awesome, honestly. Okay, let's see. Anything going on in these windmills? Not really. A couple nuts. What are they doing in here? Let's see. What happens if I send through here? Oh, okay. We're just coming out the top. I thought for a second that maybe there was like a second floor or something that you could look at, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Wait, seriously though, where the hell? Oh, it's up here, Hateno Pasture. For some reason, I forgot just how far up the mountain it was, I think. Also, I just remembered, in Breath of the Wild, initially you have... What was one of the lizards just jumping at me? Initially, what you have to do, right, once you get to the research lab, is you have to carry the blue flame from that first... it had like a proper name that I'm trying to recall. Furnace, I think they called it, right? I want to say there was something furnace. Sheikah furnace? Energy furnace? I don't know, but it was definitely some sort of fairly unique structure that seemed to provide them with that energy. And it had like a blue flame burning that you ultimately had to bring to these different lanterns all across or all alongside this winding road, ending up at the top of the hill and the research lab. And once you lit up their lantern, it would also activate the teleport spot in front of it. I wonder what happened to all that, right? Because again, I mean, even, okay, the Sheikah structures might have disappeared, but wouldn't they still be kind of dependent on that power? Like, what are they doing with the research lab if they don't have that power accessible? Also, another very, very interesting thing is that one of those Sheikah activation plates was inside of the research lab. Though, now that I'm thinking about that, a lot of those seem to have been repurposed within the towers they built, right? So those definitely are still around. I'm just really wondering at this point if they were able to incorporate the Sheikah technology and potentially just, you know, take it out of the Sheikah shrines and place it inside of those towers that we now have, that are there to activate the map, right? Or to re-register the map on the Pura pad. Wouldn't it logically follow that they would have built a bunch of other things outside of that technology as well? If they used it for the towers too? Well, maybe we'll find out something about that once we do get to the research lab. Yeah. Hey there. Fellow rain fan, are you? I love it outdoors in the rain. Makes the land smell so rich and alive. I actually agree with him. I like the rain too. It's rare to see travelers out here. Unless... Uh-oh. You haven't come to steal away my darling wife, have you? How would you get to that? Imagine some random person walking up to you in the rain, right? You were just sort of sitting there minding your own business, and you immediately assume that they're about to steal your wife? Everything all right there, buddy? In your marriage and all? Ha! I'm just kidding you. Uh-huh. Sure. No doubt you're here looking for the farm or the research lab. What farm? Oh, were you not on your way to a Tano pastry up ahead? Yeah, kinda. I know most folks here are obsessed with CC brand fashion right now, but the best thing about this village is and always will be the bounty of its farmlands. Have a bottle of our freshly squeezed milk, and you'll know what I mean. I mean, you are wearing a CC brand hat, though, so clearly both can coexist, right? If you weren't headed to the farm, maybe you're looking for the research lab. What research lab? Huh. So you weren't on your way to the research lab up the hill? They started that place as a center to research ancient ruins. Now, though, I've heard they're hard at work on some kind of padding, I think. You mean the Pura pad? Yeah, anyway, for a while the place was quiet, but now Robbie's back again. So the banging and clanging is as fierce as it ever was. Whatever this padding they're hard at work on is, my bet is that it'll go down as one of the great inventions of the century. Yeah. Well, kind of. Right? I mean, it's based on something that has existed for 10,000 years, apparently, but aside from that, it probably will be. That being said, I love how they're referencing things that have already happened, right? I mean, it makes sense that they do. It's just that Robbie is back now because we already dealt with the chasm investigation that... Yosha? Was that her name? Yeah, I think it was, right? In Lookout Landing was doing, and because we dealt with that, that meant Robbie could go back to Hateno to focus on his stuff, right? And it's really cool that now we get to see that again and know about that again. That being said, I think that it's really... I just would like to know what all of the different dialogue options would be, right? Depending on what you do first and what you do when. But obviously, considering especially the size of the world, that would be really, really hard to pick up on all of those little bits and pieces. Hey, Chaos Ghost! What's up? Long time no see. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are on our very, very lengthy playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom currently in Hateno Village. Have a bit of a mayoral election problem on our hands. But what's going on with you, man? What have you been playing? Oh, I did see that you started it. Obviously, well, the problem is I'm kind of on the fence on looking in on streams, right? Because I don't want to spoil myself. It's a little bit of a weird thing because it is somewhat hard to spoil yourself on things because typically people are just sort of running around somewhere, right, doing funny business. But yeah, every now and again you just get people already in very, very, secret locations and whatnot. So yeah, same. How much or how long are you into your playthrough? Let's put it that way. In terms of hours, because I think I'm like 100 hours in and feel like I've barely done maybe a quarter of the game, if at all. It's been pretty crazy, all things considered. I don't know, it feels like it just goes on and on and on, and there are a billion different people to talk to and things to see and places to investigate. It's been pretty crazy, honestly. Do I want to ask him about his wife? I don't know. That whole weird joke that he did at the start, I'm not quite sure about what that was about. Sorry, but nothing comes between the two of us. Not even you. I met my wife in Laurelin Village to the south of... Oh, wait. Do you belong to the woman we just talked to in that house? I guess he lives there too? Okay. She's the most beautiful woman in Hateno Village, maybe even all of Hyrule. Alright, calm down. The most beautiful woman to you, right? That's... Alright. The two of us have always guarded the windmills in shifts. Oh. It seems like a lot of people do things in shifts, right? Does any, pair of people even ever see themselves? I don't know. Seems like pretty hard work. Love Tears so far? Yes, I do as well. It's pretty much everything that I wanted it to be in terms of a sequel of Breath of the Wild. Funnily enough, even though I liked Breath of the Wild a lot, it makes it look as as if it was just the first draft in comparison, right? It's insane, the sheer amount of stuff I feel like they added to this game, considering how pretty gigantic the world already was, right? In the previous one. Especially now that we got 2 completely additional layers to the world. Wow. It's just really, really impressive to see. Especially since they also include tons of detail in every single place you visit, right? I mean, here in Hateno, for example, it's just so many little bits and pieces all over the place. So many people to talk to and little secrets to discover, things they do, things they want or have. I don't know. It's pretty insane. I mean, this game is definitely gonna have me occupied for quite some time to come, I want to say. Which is a bit of a problem with Final Fantasy XVI coming up, but I'll just have to make it work somehow. Yeah, it actually has stuff. That's a good way of describing it, right? Because it does feel, even though Breath of the Wild technically was a very open world, in a sense even more so since there wasn't that much stuff around at any given corner, so it was kind of about your own exploration. But now it just seems, yeah, there's just so much to discover, right? And so much that is actually worthwhile discovering, right? It's not always just a Korok, but it's actually some sort of cool secret or unique item, or just so much that you can see and discover. And as I just said, with this dude actually referencing something that we did, or that I've already done, with Robbie coming back to the village here, there's also a lot of that type of interaction where you feel like the world is actually a moving place around you, right? Rather than kind of a playground for you to do stuff in. It seems like everything sort of changes around you, which I like a lot. Except something bad is happening in her hometown, and she's been pretty broken up about it. She's at home now, resting.
Oh.
I picked the spot because you can see both the windmills and my house clearly from here. If anything happens, I can come running at once. So, are we done here? I don't want to take my eyes off the windmills or the house for too long. Oh, that's actually really cute. So he's watching over his wife sleeping, or more, well, not sleeping, but watching over if everything's alright with her. Dragon! Such a beautiful image in the background. But yeah, I'll have to do something about that attacked village somehow. I mean, it's very far away, so I don't know how long it'll take me to get there, but once I do, I will... Well, even after I've done that, I will have to check on everybody that was mentioning it, because I've met quite a few people from Lurelin village at this point. So I feel like once I dealt with whatever threat those pirates are presenting, if they're still there even, afterwards I will have to just check on everybody and make sure and see that they both know that Lurelin is fine again, but also see what their reaction to it will be. And if some of them will actually move back to the village, that would be very, very interesting. But before I do that... God, that's such a perfect... I wonder how long it took them to decide on a path for the dragons to take, because it seems like no matter where you are, you always get some sort of really cool perspective on where they're going. I don't know. Like, they considered their position from pretty much every angle in the world. Hello, chickens. Oh yeah, it's morning. I was gonna say, why make that sound, but... I remember this place from Breath of the Wild. Did it have a side quest? That I don't remember. I think it did. Lots of cows. Little puppies. Everybody really, really happy. And a beautiful lake in the background too. That tree in the middle? Such a peaceful, quiet life everybody's leading here. Oh, I love the Latino cow. I love the cool horn design. That looks very lovely. Hey, buddy. Everything all right? Oh, that was a sheep, not a cow. I was expecting a moo. Oh, wait, have I taken... No, I have not. Highland sheep. Yeah, actually, I don't know what it is about their look, but they look pretty funny. With their, I don't know, it feels like their eyebrows are covering their eyes quite a bit, right? Very, very puffy sheep. Beautiful cows, though. I mean, obviously, when you look at this place, right? You can pretty much... There's the moo. I mean, how can anything that comes out of this pasture taste bad, right? Obviously, their milk is probably one of the best milk that you can get in this world. Because these are some very, very happy cows, I'd imagine. Right. As I was saying. Moo. Wonder if it... Suspicious looking tree in a lake. There has to be a Korok on that, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's check on it either way. It is interesting to me that the animals don't seem to mind standing outside in the rain, but they're probably just used to it, right? Let's see. Surely... Ah, there we go. Okay. He's not on the tree, he's on the island. That works too. But it is a Korok. Come here. Where are you? Yahaha! Bye-bye. Anything else? Would there be a second Korok on the tree? Nope. It's just one. Alright. That still works, though. Come on. There we go. Alrighty. I want to know what all these clouds are about in the background. The thunderstorm clouds? Because they're not part of one of the phenomena that Pura was talking about. Unless they somehow relate back to them, I don't know. Maybe for some reason, because I was just thinking, the Zora are currently missing the water, right? So I was thinking, did their rain clouds just sort of move over? I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult thing. Or rather, it would be pretty funny if that was the case indeed. Ooh, hey, squirrel. No, don't run it. Wanted to take a picture of it. Part of me is wondering why they didn't call this the Long Long Ranch, right? As sort of a Zelda staple location. Then again, it's technically located somewhere else, I guess. Ah, well, you and your face around here, if I'm any judge. Welcome to a Tato pasture. Nothing like morning air and a farm, eh? I mean, I guess so. Ah, you got something for me. No, might have just been my imagination. You're here to buy fresh milk, wanderer. That's right. Sure you are. The milk from my cows is the best in Ateno. I mean, as far as I can see, you're also the only person actually owning cows, but sure. The secret's in the special feed I make for him, except I've been having trouble getting my hands on acorns to mix up any more of it. Why not just, you know, the windmills seem to have some. There used to be tons of acorns all over the ground and the forest held back. No idea where they all went. Probably the squirrels started taking over and grabbing them all for themselves. Sometimes they'll drop the acorns they carry in their cheeks if you startle them, but they're quick little critters. Can need at least 3 acorns to make my special feat, so it's a real problem for me. Don't worry, I have acorns plenty, I think. Wait, so... okay, so the acorns in this world seem to be used as a little bit of a... what's the name for it? Damn, I'm blanking on it. Seasoning! That was... that's the word I was looking for. They seem to be used as seasoning, so I guess in that sense, what he's really saying here is that he just seasons the food for his cows. Which, alright, I can see him doing that. Because I was just going to say, well, 3 acorns, right, for fully grown cows? That's not exactly much food, but sure. My daughter Koyan is always out staring into that pond, so I doubt she'd be any help gathering acorns. Okay, weird little bit of information there about his daughter, but alright. Dance, a farmer in Hateno village, is looking for acorns to mix into his cow's feed so they can produce his special fresh milk. He says he could mix more feed if he had 3 acorns, but a recent boom in the squirrel population has made them hard to come by. Or at least he doesn't demand from us to kill the squirrels. You got something for me? Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but right now I don't have any fresh milk to offer you. I've just had 3 acorns. I could mix up another batch of feed. Here's some acorns. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'll need more than a kind gesture. It takes at least 3 acorns to mix their feed, you see? There used to be tons of... Oh, wait, do I not? Dadgum squirrels breeding left and right. Maybe if I startle them, they'll drop the acorns they got in their cheeks. There are some quick little critters. How am I supposed to get close? Wait, do I not have 3 acorns? I was so sure that I picked them up. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I made a mistake. Damn it. The things that I picked up in the windmill, those were Chickaloo tree nuts, weren't they? Yeah. I have 2 acorns instead of 3. Okay. Well, we saw a squirrel. Let's see. Maybe I can get lucky and pick up a 3rd one here. I mean, there's definitely a bunch of squirrels here. They're not... They're dropping acorns, unfortunately. Oh my god. Alright, I now definitely understand his problem. Holy shit, that's a lot of squirrels. Okay. Well, that's a mushroom. Hey, a sunshroom! Wait, that's the first sunshroom I picked up? Bright red mushroom grows in hot climates, imbued with the power of heat. It can be used to cook dishes that will allow you to endure the bitter cold. Alright. Don't these sometimes drop acorns as well? Yeah, they do. Nice. And a lizard. Perfect. Alright. Well, let's just try and get another acorn. Because, yeah, for some reason there's a bunch of these moving trees all over the place. Oh, that's a lot of acorns. There we go. Actually, that dude needs to be really careful then. Imagine him moving into this wood, right? And suddenly being surprised by trees that can walk. It's not exactly, not exactly a good thing. That these are around these places. Then again, maybe considering that they probably reacted to all the gloom and the Demon King's spread of said gloom, I wonder if for some reason these moving trees are specifically kind of programmed to attack Link. I don't know if it works like that. Thing is, also with the hands and Phantom Ganon being all over the place, I'm wondering if... Well, considering that the Gloom apparently was able to specifically target weapons and decay them, I'm just wondering if parts of it, especially with the hands and Phantom Ganon, they might actually be targeting Link specifically, or looking for Link, right? Spreading the Gloom because of that, so... I don't know. Maybe these trees really do target Link specifically and nobody else. What are you looking for? Koyan. Oh, his daughter. All right. Oh, okay. So, did she lose something, and that's why she's looking over to the pond? How do I fix this? Do I dive into the pond? There's no way. Not with all this rain. Huh? What's with that blank stare? Oh, you must be a customer. What's that you've got there? Nothing.
Sorry, but if you're here on farm business, you'll have to talk to my dad at the farm. I need to get my hands on that message bottle floating in the pond. Quick. I finally found the letter my great-grandpa left, but can't reach for it. My arms are too short. Pond's too deep to swim. And anyways, I don't know how.
Wait, what? You're telling me there is a bottled message from your great-grandfather that is still floating around in the lake? I don't know, somehow that seems unlikely, but sure.
But that letter has the advice I need to get this farm back on its feet. If I don't get my hands on it, we're sunk. A letter to Koyan. Can I... Let's see, where the hell is it supposed to be? Is it that? For some reason that doesn't really look like a bottle from here, but maybe it is. Because looking at it from a distance from over there in the woods, I thought it was a... either a monster part or just a fish. But no, it's actually a bottle with a message in it seems. Oh. Okay, I thought it was going to be an item. We can't actually pick it up. Well, damn it. Now I wish I would have taken the logs from the forest with me. I'm pretty sure it's too far away for me to just simply grab, yeah. There is a lock back there, though, so I might be able to just carry it around and attach the bottle to it. And then I'll be able to get it out. I was gonna say, I know that I'm constantly bringing up Wind Waker, but it is one of my favorite games, so... in the HD remaster of Wind Waker, they actually included a pretty funny... Or at least well, it was somewhat fun, honestly. It was a bit weird, maybe, from time to time, but I thought it was a pretty cool idea. And what they included was that there was a... Okay, that does not work. Unfortunately. There was a... Oh, now it's too far away, isn't it? Nah, damn it! Let's see. Are the logs still around? Can we... Can I pick them up? I don't want to cut down any more trees, honestly. But I feel like I might have to. I think it might have despawned the logs. Yeah, it has. The weapon's still around, but the logs have despawned. Well, we'll have to cut down a couple trees then. Like, 1 or 2 should be enough. Anyways, the thing they included in the HD remaster of Wind Waker was a similar bottled message service. I thought the idea was neat. It's just I don't think that many people actually used it. But well, as you know, Wind Waker takes place in a big open ocean world, right? So it's like a big ocean, and you can find all kinds of little islands all around the place. And the idea was that you yourself could write a bottled message and it would be transported via the internet to other players. So kind of like the messages in Dark Souls, just that they weren't in a specific place, but rather you just, well, as bottled messages typically work, they were just, you threw them into the ocean and they would be randomly transported to other players, right? And the idea was, or rather the cool thing about it was that you could, I think you could attach pictures because there was a camera in Wind Waker as well, right? I think you could attach pictures, but you were also able to literally write your own message or draw your own message, right? Since the Wii U has the touchpad. So you could like draw something or write something on the touchpad and that would be included within the message for other players. Interestingly enough, there was like a... I think it had some sort of spoiler function, so you could turn on that it would only... But I guess it would depend. I don't know how exactly it worked. If it was really able to prevent spoilers, I don't know. I think it probably just calculated the point of the game you were at, like throughout the main story, and then just didn't display messages from players that were further than you or something. I don't know. It was just this funny little interaction. It wasn't anything major. You couldn't really do anything with it. It was more that I don't know. It was a small, little, neat connection to other players that were playing the game, and I thought it was kind of a neat idea. Obviously, at this point, unfortunately, oh, god damn it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wiggled around without thinking about it. Oh, you know what? Why am I doing this so complicated? I could just swim over and pick the bottle up this way. Okay. Whoop. Let's just attach it, and now we can take the locks over to us. But yeah, it was literally just a cute little interaction you could have with other players, right? Nothing major, nothing that could... I don't even think you could... Although... I'm trying to remember. I feel like you could potentially attach like items to it. Or maybe it just randomly had... Or would randomly replenish, I don't know, your bombs or something. Because obviously you didn't really have items as such in the old Zelda games. It was more so that you could... Well, you had resources for the various weapons and whatnot that were in the game, right? But yeah, it's just this sort of bottled message reminded me a lot of Wind Waker. Well, there it is. I told you, whatever you're after, I'm too busy to... Huh? It's a gigantic bottle. That's my great-grandpa's message bottle, but how did you... Did you fish it out for me? Thanks! There should be a letter in this bottle with advice for getting our farm back on its feet. Alright, that was on me. I didn't even catch what this was about. The mayor is looking for some sort of special recipe, right? I'm pretty sure we're gonna find that here. For some reason, I didn't connect these two things. I thought it was a separate quest, but yeah, this must contain the old recipe the person the mayor mentioned was talking about. Let's see here. Plop. Yep, there we go. Gosh, do I miss great-grandpa's handwriting? His penmanship was so messy that no one but him and his family could read it. Oh, okay. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. New speciality with mayor. Cheese. Fermentation can... I was right with the cheese! I actually was right with the cheese. I mean, well, okay. Creamy with a pungent... okay. Well, I only thought about cheese because the mayor was mentioning the farm and its cows and the milk, right? Can't name too early. Yeah, this could work. Sorry to run, but I want to put great-grandpa's advice into practice right away. If you need me, I'll be back at the house. Hey! Yeah, I know where your house is. It's right over there, by the way. Come by a bit later so I can thank you for the help. If I play my cards right, I can start making a new signature product. It'll be good, not just for our farm, but for the whole village. I'm itching to get started. What, you got other business with me? No, I don't. Yeah, I'm headed home in that case. See you later. A letter to coin. It is considered a separate quest, right? Maybe that's what threw me off. Huh. Moo. Oh yeah, I can... There you go. Good. Well, love to get some sun. Don't my cows look happy to be out sunbathing? Fresh milk. Yeah, you need acorns. I have acorns. Here's some acorns. No fooling. Well, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Not with me at my wit's end and all. I don't know if this rightly makes up for it, but have a bottle on me. Oh, there we go. Fresh milk. This fresh milk comes from Hateno-bred cows and white goats from all across Hyrule. It's delicious on its own. It can be used in soups and stews too. I was keeping it squirreled away, but no reason to be a miser about it now. Do you have to use that wording for your... Oh, well. I better go mix up a batch of feed right away now that I've got some more acorns. If you ever want more fresh milk, I'll swap you some for 3 acorns. Call it a special trade, just for you. Ah, okay. I was gonna say, how exactly does this work? So he just needs more acorns. Oh god! The tourists are back. Yeah. God, I love that so much. That is such a cool interaction. So it's like a small tourist gang and they're moving all over the place. And they look at the dye shop, they look at the farm. Now they're moving on to the research lab. And once they're done with their route, they actually return to the inn and have a good night's rest. So that's pretty cool. What a fun little interaction. Alright, well, let's see if the daughter actually can tell us something about what kind of cheese she seems to be making here. Alright. Hey. Ah, good you showed up. Take a look at this. Oh. Where the hell did you get that from? Just boom. Cheese. I would like to make cheese that way. I call it Hateno cheese. That message my great-grandpa left behind had the recipe. It's springy on the outside, but melty on the inside and so delicious you'll think you're dreaming. Oh my god, yeah. That actually sounds like pretty tasty. I'm a big cheese fan, by the way, if you hadn't noticed. But back to the reason I called you here, it's... Well, you know, I couldn't have made this without you, so I wanted you to be the first to have some. Aw, I appreciate that. Anyway, consider this my thanks. Go on, take it already. Hateno cheese. A cheese made from Hateno cow's milk. Added to a warm dish and enjoy its rich flavor and melty texture. Yeah. As I understand it, great-grandpa worked with the mayor back then on this Hateno cheese to put our village on the map. But it was ahead of its time. The villagers rejected it. Having eaten this, I think they were nuts. Now's the time for Hateno cheese to make a splash in the culinary world. I'm sick of fashion getting all the attention lately. It's really eating into our business. But if anything will bring the customers in, it's this. I'd say it's time to do some renovation around here. Alright. Maybe here is good. No, I like it better this way. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, right. Well, is the... What? Are you... Well... That's some quick renovation. What the hell? She's just putting up a whole... I mean, you know that this type of cheese typically takes like a month or something to even, you know, start being made. So, wow. She's quick. Ta-da! The Hateno cheese shop is complete. What do you think? The next step is to get those folks over at the general store to start stocking it. Ah, that reminds me. You won't get this offer anywhere else, but around here, I'll give you some for fresh milk instead of rupees. I'll make the dream my great-grandpa gave up on come true, and this farm will be busier than ever in the bargain. So, you'll come visit me again, right? Definitely. To be honest, and full disclosure here, I'm more of a cheese fan than I am a fashion fan, right? Honestly, I'm not a fashion fan at all. I just like cheese, so unfortunately, I think I found who I will be supporting here. It's going to be the cheese. But yeah, either way, I think at the end of the day, we'll probably end with a pretty cool combination of both of it, you know, being good for the entirety of the village here. But we'll see how it goes. That's okay. Just be sure to visit again. Okay, so we can turn in 3 acorns for a milk and then the milk for the cheese. Interesting. We can also just buy it right away, so... Thanks to you, my great-grandpa's dream of a uniquely Hateno cheese wasn't lost. I'm really and truly grateful for that. What, you got other business with me? I want to buy the cheese. This might sound out of the blue, but do you want some Hateno cheese? I'd be fine giving you some if you want. Yes. Don't worry if you can't afford it. I'll accept fresh milk as trade. For customers willing to trek directly to the pasture, it's the least I can do. Look at the buy. I take them all. That's my entire stock of those for 8. You'll need 160. Yes, that's good. Going to wear out my gratitude muscles if I keep thanking you so much. Don't worry, I'll make more cheese. I mean, I basically just make it for you. Link, the only cheese customer, huh? I wonder what her parents are going to think coming in here and just seeing a whole bunch of cheese all over the place. Oh my god. We can make pizza. We can actually make pizza. I want to do that. Problem is, I feel that's wheat, right? That's not rice, obviously. Damn it. And I'm afraid I don't have that anymore currently. They weren't selling that here either, right? Yeah, that's the rice. Oh, you know what? I always keep forgetting to do this. There we go. Pizza recipe saved. Okay. Oh my god! Was it... What is it with people constantly smashing doors into my face? And she... Are you kidding me? Okay, that girl, I mean, I'm assuming she's like, what? 14, 15 maybe? We gave her a recipe for cheese, and she not only created like entire barrels of said cheese in a matter of minutes, but also put up a whole wooden block of cheese on top of the door, and also put up banners with cheese all around the house. Holy shit, she works fast. Wow. Well, alright, before we go back to the mayor, though, and tell him about our very, very fortuitous cheese discovery, I will be taking a look at the research lab. What do you want with an old man like me? Everything to do with the pastry I leave up to my son, Dan. Oh, he's the grandfather. Okay. You're not the guy who wrote down the recipes, though, right? You would be the son of the guy who wrote down the recipe. I'm bound for bed now. Tomorrow morning, I'm due to take the cuckoos to the laboratory on top of the hill again. For a retired old guy, I sure have a lot on my plate. Okay. What does the research lab have to do with the chickens? That seems like a rather curious thing to be doing, but alright. Maybe they can lay their eggs there better, or are they currently researching better ways to convince chickens to lay eggs? I don't know. Yeah, more constant distractions. Well... Okay, yeah. No, no explanation for that this time. We are still definitely on distractions. Because this entire journey into Kakariko and Hateno, unfortunately, isn't really part of the main quest at all. And, you know, finding a recipe for pizza and, well, rebuilding the cheese business here isn't either, unfortunately. Ah, that does look like a Korok, though. Come here. I was gonna say, someday one of these trees will have a Korok on it. Oh, well, that's good perspective. Yahaha! Bye-bye. I saw one of your friends down there. Alright, so this is the beach area behind the village, right? I'll be taking a look at that once we're done at the research lab. This is such an intriguing place to me. Remembering everything that I did here in the previous game. So I'm pretty sure there was a shrine up there. And or maybe a Hinox or a monster camp. Ooh, hello. Okay, one of the geoglyphs is on that island. Interesting. Well, that means I'll definitely have to go to Lurelin then. Now I even have a main story reason to go there. It's not a constant distraction. That day is today, very much so. there was a shrine on that thing, I remember. And that is Eventide Island. The cool little island that took away all of your progression, more or less, all of your items, and made you find the shrine and fight through a Hinox all on your own. Widely praised as one of the coolest parts of Breath of the Wild, actually. By a lot of people, I think. I wonder if it still works that way. Could be. I don't know. Part of me wishes that it very much is still the same thing. I don't know. It would be cool to if they maybe added a twist to it, but because now we also find some of the shrines to work very similar to that, in that they take away your stuff, and you need to get through them without your weapons and everything else. So considering that that's also now a part of some of the shrines in general, I feel like it would make more sense if Eventide Island was something else, or added some sort of twist to it. Anything going on here? Not another golden apple here somewhere? I don't think so. But let's grab the normal ones. Okay. I wish there was an easier way to find wheat and rice, because those two I seem to constantly be running low on. And they're probably the most interesting ingredient you can find, because you can make a lot of really, really cool dishes with them, right? I mean, pizza certainly being one of them, but also for other dishes, most of the time you will need either rice or wheat to make like actual food, right? Not just steamed mushrooms all the time. So poor little buddy. Where's your friend? Yeah. Is he down at the beach? He is. Just a little Korok hanging out at the beach. Sure. Yeah. I know you cannot move. Okay, what are we doing with you? I do see a control unit. Honestly, seeing as we have to move down, it might actually be better, because I only see a card here. I mean, well, that being said, with the cart, I would be able to move back up, right? Is it going to be enough? Because these are kind of small. Let's see. Put that down. Control stick. Calm down. I'm going to help you. There we go. Needs a bit of balance. So I'm going to put the control stick in the front, fan in the back, and hopefully there's going to be space for both the Korok and me to be on there. Come here, buddy. Careful. Are you comfortable? Should be fine, right? Without Link, the Koroks would go extinct. Yeah? I wonder what they're doing, right? I mean, sure, lots of them are looking for their friends, but there's also a lot that just kind of seem to be hanging out all over the place. Oh god, why is this so fast? Oh, damn it! This is way faster than I wanted it to be. Alright. That's, do I want to risk this? It's way more difficult. Or can this thing even... Oh god. Can this thing steer? Because I feel like it actually can't. Kind of. Maybe. A little bit. No. I don't think these cards can steer. Well, damn it. Oh god. Break! Come on! Okay, that was... barely worked. Can we go backwards? I don't think so. Can they steer? I don't know. Oh, what's that down there? Why is there something glowing? Alright, this is a little bit of a conundrum, because if I let go now, I'm pretty sure we're... Come here. Oh my god, okay, that was very, very close to comfort. You know what? Let's just do this real quick. Let me up. There we go. You know what? I'm just gonna play it safe. Come here, little buddy. I feel like that whole cart conundrum that I just built there is a little bit risky. Let's just put it that way. Oh, that's a blurpy. All right. I have to check on that cave. I see another Korok in the distance. Oh god, so many Koroks. Let's bring this guy down to the beach first. I'm pretty sure we can catch up on the blurpy and the other Korok later on. They seem to be able to steer just a tiny amount, yeah. I feel like if I had a big, like, open plane to use them on, it could work, but this treacherous path down here to the beach, I don't think so. I would need my cool off-road vehicle back. But this is much safer anyways. I feel, you know, if it would just be me, I wouldn't mind driving over the cliffside in a small cart like that, because I could just glide back down if anything ever happened. But poor little Korok here, I just want to, you know, take him down to the beach as safely as possible. There we go, buddy. It's a beautiful beach. These Koroks certainly know how to live their life, don't they? Alright, buddy. Almost made it. Just a tiny bit further now. Why is there a... is that a sign? Oh, there's like a crap. Oh god, there's so much to discover here. There you go. There's your friend. Ah. Yahahaha. There we go. These two are back together and can... wow. Hopefully appreciate the beauty of this beach. Makes me wonder why not more people out of Hateno are actually coming down here, because wouldn't this be another prime tourist location? Oh boy. I just saw something in the distance though. It doesn't seem to be spawning in completely. At least not at this distance. It looked like there might have been a chasm on Eventide Island. Which makes me wonder, maybe that's the twist they put in? Maybe it works the same as it did in Breath of the Wild, just now this time you also have to contend with some sort of funny mirrored version of that island, but down in the depths. That could be quite something. What the hell is going on here? A boat oar! Made for paddling boats, but it was made sturdy enough to fight strong currents. Maybe it's useful for self-defense in a pinch. I don't know. I'm gonna take a picture of it, though. Actually, it looks really, really beautiful here. Wait, did that count? Maybe not. God damn it. I don't want to go... ah, well, either way. Okay, now it counted, I think. Palm fruits. Another control unit. I could build a boat to drive over. Just don't want to do that right now, because then I'll get even more distracted. Hey, there's even a battery. Alright. They really provide more than enough parts for you here, it seems like. Kojima would be hyped. He definitely would. You know. This is a good Princess Beach, right? Oh well. Oh, it's a I was gonna say, what the hell is that music? It's because the dragon's close. I thought I had suddenly discovered some sort of special beach here, but... right, it's It's the dragon. To say it, yeah. God, that line. Can't get all the... That's the same with the dumb names that they have. What's he called? Dead Face? Or... No, what was it? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I love Kojima for the games that he makes because they are quite cool in a lot of ways, but does it have to come with such ridiculous names for characters and those weird things he sometimes includes in the dialogue and writing? I don't know. This crab's shell is particularly hard. When cooked into a dish, its fat and meat bolster the body to increase your defense. Nice. Alright, what are the arrows pointing at, though? That one points over here, that one points over here, but that one points there. So it has to be one of these two trees, I'm assuming? I don't really... What? What exactly are we looking at here? Let's just climb it for now, I guess. I'm fragile, I'm not that fragile. Yeah, same thing. At least fragile is kind of a cool name, but do you have to use it like inside of an actual sentence like that? I don't know. God, I wonder what... I loved the way they announced the sequel to Death Stranding, right? Because they never actually mentioned the name. It's just called DS2, I think. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to be pulling some sort of weird twist there, where suddenly it's not Death Stranding, but some, I don't know, Death Stand 2 or whatever the hell. And I'm sure for some reason that also is going to play a part within the game without it really making any sort of sense. But oh well. All right. Well, it's just the palm fruit. Well, they fall over really quickly. Okay, I have no idea what the hell these arrows are supposed to be pointing at. I mean, we can't actually dig for treasure on the beach, can we? I saw these arrows once before. But in that particular case, I think they just pointed at a tree, and then the tree just had... I don't even remember if it was a Korok or if it was something else. It might have also been a chest. But, I don't know. Doesn't really look like there's anything else here. Oh, hey. Just hit the choo-choo with the block piece. That's a lot of jelly. Stranded Deep, that's the game where you build boats, right? Or you're living on a boat? I think I actually have that because it was like free on PS Plus one day. Or 1 month, rather. Oh, wait, what? There's another bottled message here. To whoever finds this letter, you gotta help me out. I was out fishing when I got caught in a storm and had to run into a nearby cave to take shelter. But when it was starting to dry off, this big rock came down and trapped me in here. I've managed to get some bright bloom seeds through a gap and into the water as a sort of marker. If I'm lucky, the seeds will blossom and the tide will take this letter and the flowers to shore. If you're reading this, it must have worked. So, whoever you are, I got a favor to ask. Could you follow the trail of bright blooms back to this cave and get me out of here? It'd be a real help. A bottled cry for help. Okay. Interesting. There's a bright bloom, isn't there? Yeah. Ew. Is that what leads you over to Eventide Island? It might be, huh? Well, okay, I'm not gonna do that right away, though. As I said, I want to check on the rest of Hateno first. Yeah, this stuff all seems to be broken. I don't really know what the hell these arrows are supposed to be pointing at, though. I want to say it was one of these palm trees, but there didn't seem to be anything up top. Chopping them down doesn't do anything. The hell? Oh, that's a Lizalfos. Thought there was a shark or something for a second. Unless I'm supposed to be... I don't know, but how would I dig for something? That's not exactly a possibility, right? I mean, I guess I'll be coming back down here anyways, if I do want to go to the island, because all the stuff that's lying around here will be very, very beneficial in getting Link over to it. Because you even get a control unit here, but... for now? Very strange with these arrows. And surely it's not going to be about these rocks, no. Oh, it even has a story? Okay. I definitely thought that it sounded pretty intriguing when I looked at it. Maybe I'm gonna try it out sometime. Even if it even has a story like that. But it sounds pretty cool as far as games go. Because it's like combining a couple of cool elements together, I think, right? Bit of survival, maybe a story apparently, and also building. Well, I guess I'll just have to go up to the lab for now and leave those arrows be. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of missing what they're pointing at. I was pretty sure. So last time I saw those arrows, it was definitely over somewhere next to Rito Village. And there were 4 trees, and the arrow kind of built like a circle to run around in. And one of the trees, I think, had a Korok on it. But I have no clue if I misremember that for some reason. It might have also been a treasure chest. It might have actually been a treasure chest. But there wasn't one here, right? Unless I overlooked it for some reason. I mean, there were quite a few bits and pieces on that beach, so maybe I just overlooked it, I don't know. What I definitely did not overlook, however, is that blurpy up there, so let's check on that one. And also on the, I think there was one of the small wind chime thingies, or windmills, that the Korok sometimes put up. As much story as survival crafting games have. Well, I mean, the story of Subnautica is really cool, so it can work, depending on how much they focus on it, I guess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was me for a long time, honestly. And then kind of streaming, definitely... I don't even really know why, right? Because... Well, I kind of do. I mean, obviously it's super fun to, you know, talk with people about the games you're playing, but... Yeah. That definitely re-motivated me to really keep at it. Because I also had that problem of... I was really looking forward to games and then played a little bit of them and kind of... just stopped, it sort of fizzled out, and... Oh, God. Link. What the hell are you doing? There we go. Yahaha! I actually have not looked at the Starfield event as such. I've looked a little bit into some things that were announced. I saw some, you know, obviously reactions and whatnot to it. Oh, Razor Claw. Strength will increase your attack power. Cool. I looked into some things that were announced. I saw a little bit of Starfield. Obviously saw some of the fun people were making about... I think didn't they announce an actual watch that Todd Howard and whatever name the other guy had that was sitting next to him. When they showed that off, people were, you know, I don't know. As people do, they were making fun a little bit of Todd Howard and stuff that he was saying. Didn't he also mention something about detail again? So, yeah. Either way, I don't know if I'll be playing Starfield right when it launches. I've always been so much into Bethesda games, but I don't want to be disappointed by it, so... I don't know. But then again, now with Xbox behind it, maybe it is going to be much better. The one thing that I did think... I mean, again, I looked at it for maybe 10 seconds, right? So I really shouldn't be saying anything negative about the game. But it did just look as if the sort of NPC interactions still took place the same way they always did in their games. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but... yeah, I just noticed that it was definitely still running the same engine in the background they've always used. Which I don't even really dislike all that much. I thought their engine was always an interesting one. It can definitely do stuff that other engines cannot, so... yeah, changing it completely... I don't know how good that would have been, or how good of an idea that would be. Yeah, sharing the experience makes it much better, definitely. Once you know how often they've lied about their games, it becomes hard to believe. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's, it can still be awesome. Like, even if they do lie about what it will contain or how good it will be, that doesn't mean that you cannot enjoy it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if you know that they're lying, you can sort of try to... I guess, look over that and see the game for what it really is going to be, and it will still be good. I mean, at the end of the day, I am sure that it will have a lot of content, it will have a lot of interesting things and interactions to do, a lot of quests, a lot of interesting NPCs, potentially a good story, or at least an interesting one. So just because they're lying about it doesn't mean that it's going to be bad, but yeah, it's just obviously one of those things where it's difficult to see how much are they lying and, well, how good is it really going to be, and are you going to enjoy it? God, that looks beautiful. I love the colors they chose for the sky in this game. Pretty much at every single point during the day. As they put it, it's everything that you have to come to expect from a Bethesda game, but on a much larger scale. Yeah. I mean, that already... I am kind of expecting just kind of Skyrim in space, but bigger, right? Which, quite honestly, sounds really awesome. I mean, I've played Skyrim and Oblivion a lot, right? So... technically, I would also enjoy it a lot. The one problem that I have had with Bethesda games isn't even that they're bad or anything, or that they're not living up to my expectations. Or I never really cared about the things that Todd Howard said about the games, because I pretty much knew what I wanted out of them and what they were going to be for me, and so I never really cared about whatever kind of marketing crap they put up around it, right? The one thing that I did notice, though, especially when Fallout 4 released, was just that in a couple of particular areas that are just very important for me personally, right? Sort of subjectively speaking, they didn't really move forward as much as I would have liked them to. I felt like, especially when it came to sort of quest design and NPC interaction, It's just that a bunch of other games at that point had already done it better. So sort of what Skyrim and Oblivion were for me personally, in that they just did something that I couldn't get out of any other game, at that point just simply wasn't true anymore, right? I could get the same thing or even better things out of something like The Witcher 3, for example, where it felt like at least the way quests were written was definitely more authentic, and kind of more true to the world, I guess, the game took place in. And so that is the one thing I'm concerned about when it comes to their next games, is whether or not they've also taken that next step in writing and quest design compared to other companies, I think. Always wait at least a week to see if they get around to patching the game-breaking stuff. Well, for me, actually, I never cared about game-breaking bugs. I never really cared about bugs in any game, ever. Unless they do mean that the game's frequently crashing, right? If they literally prevent you from playing the game, then I have a problem with it. But I don't think that was ever the case for a game that I like to play. So I never minded all the bugs. That was actually never an issue for me. I care much more about the actual content, which is also why I was so disappointed by Cyberpunk, because I could immediately see that you could patch out all the bugs, you can make the performance, like it could have run, you know, in 8K and 120 frames on the PlayStation 4, and I wouldn't have cared, because the content of the game that I cared about just simply didn't exist. So there was no way to patch that in, right? Because it didn't exist in the first place, which is why I was so disappointed about Cyberpunk. Never really cared about the performance issues that it had, actually. But obviously, I also know that a lot of people think very differently about that. And there is something to be said about them, or rather, making sure that a product you're buying is actually worth being bought, and making sure that it's up to par in terms of its quality, right? Because I definitely don't like giving out money to companies that ultimately don't really respect me as a customer, right? Because I don't really like that. Somebody said it will be Bethesda's least buggy game. That I have seen. I think I saw like the caption on a YouTube video somewhere or something that immediately picked up on that, of course. Yeah, and it doesn't say much, considering how buggy they were in the past. Even if it's their least buggy game, it would still contain, like, if you really counted them up, right? If I don't know, there are other games released with 1,000 bugs, technically that statement would still be true if it released with 950 bugs. Wow, cool. Yeah. Yeah, well, they do patch their own stuff, just not much. Ultimately, it's the community doing it, yeah. Actually, I do remember them releasing quite a lot of patches for Skyrim back in the day. Even adding in some stuff like horseback combat that didn't really work all that well and wasn't really fun, but they did add that. And yeah, they patched a lot of stuff. It took them a really long time, and the community had already done it at that point, so Yeah, the whole working with Xbox part. I don't know how much involvement Xbox really has. It's one of those things that's difficult to determine from the outside, right? Do they really? Because at the end of the day, I can also see Xbox not really wanting to interfere too much with their sort of work cycle or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, while obviously they probably want to make sure that it's a good product, they probably bought Bethesda because they want to have those games that they're known for, and interfering too much with that, I don't know if that's necessarily the brightest idea. I wouldn't if I were Xbox. The only thing that I can see them doing, or well, the one thing that I would be doing is sort of adding in an additional quality assurance step at the end, where maybe they have, you know, external playtesters from Xbox or something just go through the game and then report all the bugs, and then maybe add on, I don't know, 3 to 6 months of development time to purely polish the game at the very end. I don't think they're going to be doing that, but oh well, you know, who knows? Yeah, and the software ends. Oh, because you hated the move. Oh, okay, I can see that. Yeah, the movement in The Witcher 3 was actually pretty horrible. Thankfully, they did patch in like an alternative movement option later on that worked much, much better and was much better to control. For some reason, when they released The Witcher 3, they decided on the movement system being mainly animation-based, right? Which meant that, you know, if I turn around here, Link pretty much immediately just changes direction and runs where you're going. And even does so with it without it looking that janky at all, right? I mean, obviously he's turning around quicker than a normal human would be able to, but it doesn't look weird or anything. Whereas in The Witcher 3, for some reason, they made it so that basically all the movement animations would play out before your input would be registered, which meant that it felt horrible to play. And yeah, as I said, they changed that later on, actually quite fast. I want to say that it was one of the patches that released maybe 1 month after launch, maybe 2. It was quite quickly that they added that. But yeah, I can definitely see that. That being said, The Witcher 3, while I personally think that it's an awesome game, I love the story, love the characters, the world is great. It's probably still by far the most believable medieval-looking fantasy world that has ever existed. But that being said, the actual gameplay within The Witcher 3 is just barely, you know, barely up to par. Like, it's not good at all. It's just barely all right, to the point where it's okay, right? It doesn't bother me, but it's not good gameplay at all. They tried to rectify that somewhat in the DLCs. There are a couple of boss fights in the DLCs where they try to make it a little bit more, I guess, Dark Souls-y. And those boss designs aren't too bad, depending on the difficulty you're playing on. But yeah, in terms of gameplay, it really isn't that great. So you have to be into the story and, you know, quests, characters, and whatnot to really enjoy The Witcher 3. When has Microsoft ever done something smart? Ah, well... yeah. No, you're putting it that way, true. Well, yeah, it's normal for him. That is very true. Very powerful royal knight. But I'm really impressed. I wonder how much fiddling that takes with, you know, animation frames and so on and so forth, to make sure that turning around is both satisfying for the player in terms of, you know, gameplay or gamepad input, so that he immediately just does what I want him to do, right? I mean, this is really, really quite responsive, actually, but also not making it look very, very janky. That must be somewhat difficult, as, for example, The Witcher 3 highlights. It's not easy to pull off. Ancient Tech Lab. I should probably just enter it normally first, right? It seems like the teleport point is in fact deactivated, but this whole structure that they had here, you know, next to the entrance, just disappeared. Huh. Very interesting. But yeah, other than the Starfield showcase, I also haven't seen that much of the rest of the whole Games Fest. I saw a funny clip of Jeff Keighley almost announcing something about Final Fantasy, but then it just turned out to be some weird advertisement for a delivery company or something, which made a lot of people in the audience laugh. But yeah, the Jeff Keighley advertisement show is definitely always funny to just look through clips and whatnot of it. The one thing that I did hear about, though, is apparently there's going to be a Persona 3 remake that got announced, right? Which we pretty much already knew about, that it was going to be a thing, right? I think it was leaked quite a while back that Atlas was working on it. But it was pretty cool to see that finally, because I was really on the fence. Obviously, they did release the, what is it, like the PSP versions of both, or not PSP, but PS Vita versions of both Persona 4 and 3. on PlayStation in the store recently, and I had considered playing those. The thing is that with Persona 3, it's apparently a version that only contains the Vita cutscenes, so not the proper cutscenes that the PlayStation 2 version had, but instead sort of a little bit stylized, shorter cutscenes that only have like pictures, right? So that they didn't have to put in all of the video files, I guess, into the Vita version back in the day. So yeah, and a lot of people were saying that it's not exactly the best way to experience the game. So, and then I had heard that apparently there was going to be some sort of remake, but yeah, I'll definitely be playing that when it releases. It's like, I think January of next year, if they do in fact hold that date. That was great, yeah. It's that type. There's always so much funny stuff just happening in that show, right? It's always so awkward. Why do games shows always... They always have been awkward, right? That was a thing already in E3 days where every single time they had developers on stage, or I still remember that weird... Who's that weird dude at the Ubisoft show in like 2000 and... Oh god, when was that? Like 2008 or something. In those E3 days, the one that was doing the do-do-do-do-do-do, I think it's still that's still a clip that you can find, right? It's probably one of the best offs of E3 shows or something. I don't even know. I didn't see that live, and then I saw the clip, and I could never understand why the hell he even thought that was a good thing. But yeah, those shows were always insane. I don't know how they came up with all those shenanigans and why they didn't think that it was weird to do it that way in the first place, but yeah. Now Jeff Keighley took over that whole thing, and in typical Jeff Keighley manner, just added a billion different advertisements for all kinds of stuff that nobody actually wants. Welcome! Well, anyways, we're finally inside of the research lab, and it very much still looks like a research lab. Actually, even more chaos in here than there was when Pura was still here. They just completely removed all the Sheikah stuff, didn't they? So weird to me that that's just gone. Well, that's still Sheikah in design. It's like a mini version of one of the Divine Beasts, it looks like, right? Or some weird amalgamation of all of them? I don't even... What am I looking at? Because that's not the Rito Beast, right? It has two heads. Okay, that's very weird. Oh, that small little thing is still here. That looks like the device they had in the Akala research lab, right? The one that could improve your ancient armor? Okay. Well then, Robbie, let's see what you're up to here. So apparently, supposedly, according to him, we are now able to improve our Purapad somewhat? So you can see all kinds of designs here. Oh, that is very interesting. So on the right, it also shows how it's supposed to interact with the towers, it seems like, right? Very interesting. It makes me wonder what the hell happened to the Sheikah Slate from Breath of the Wild. Did they really just take it apart completely and just design their own version? But if they did that, well, maybe there's still a very particular part of the Purapad they cannot replicate for some reason, right? Even if they took the Sheikah Slate apart, maybe there's a particular, like a CPU core or something that they weren't able to replicate, and that's why there's only one Purapad? Because you'd assume with all of their research at this point that they would be able to just, well, not exactly mass produce them, but certainly produce a couple, right? Because, I mean, they are very, very powerful devices at the end of the day.
Oh, what a fine afternoon. Hey, you. The Purapad Laboratory is ready for us to do some great things together. First, let's get that sensor up and running. Come on, let me see that Purapad. This will only take a moment.
Oh, we just get it right away? Okay. Sure.
A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4.
Sensor! The sensor reacts when you are close to shrines of light that you have not yet visited. If you head in the direction where the reaction is strongest, you should find the shrine. I still don't know if I should leave this turned on. Because, I mean, the shrines aren't exactly difficult to find. I mean, maybe there are some that are difficult to find that I haven't seen for, you know, that very reason. It's just that now I got so used to not having it beeping constantly that I actually like that quite a bit. I don't know.
Dunzo! Now this sensor will make a sound if there are shrines near you.
I wonder if you can still use it. Because you got this shrine sensor really, really early in Breath of the Wild, but you were able to enhance it later on to also include everything that you had already registered in your compendium. So I'm wondering if that is still an option here, if you can decide to look for stuff that is registered in your compendium, right? Because that was a really, really cool function that you were able to do it and look for particular resources if you wanted to.
Alright, now that I've installed that sensor for you, how about you walk around the lab to test out how it reacts?
Okay. Shrine of Light nearby. Oh, okay. They improved the sound. It's much less annoying. Alright, maybe I will keep it on then. It's not as high-pitched as the previous one was, and it's also not as loud, I think.
Ah, what's this? The sensor that I installed on your pad is reacting to something. Right here now. It reacts when you're moving toward a shrine. The sensor must be detecting a shrine down the slope in front of the lab. Is there really one that close by? There must be, because my creations are perfect, unless they get broken in some way.
I feel like it's reacting to the weird teleport pad out front somehow.
Now, why don't you go check down the slope in the direction that the sensor was indicating?
Alright. Sure. The quest we already had, right? Robbie installed the sensor, which can detect shrines. It uses sound to guide you to shrines and will respond more strongly when you move in the direction of the shrine. That was a lot of the word shrine in one sentence. Find the shrine down the slope right outside the lab in the direction the sensor is pointing you. Alright. Let's do that. Yeah, it's a much less annoying sound, I think. Oh, right down there. Guessing this is it. How did I not... I guess I was looking in that direction? Why did the chicken build its nest down here? Not on the tree. Sorry, buddy, but I'm gonna nick your eggs. Yeah, I must have looked past it then. Huh. Not by type. Most used. There we go. Retsam Forest Cave. Alright. So this was down below the research facility all along. Alright. Very unusual. Oh, hey, buddy. You know what I completely forgot about? I did look for the Korok moving up the slope that leads down to the beach, but I think I forgot about the Blurpee and what kind of cave it was related to. Oh well. No big deal. Wait, where's this? Huh. It has another exit. Wait, are you telling me I just ran past this? This is the forest that, where I was looking for the acorns, isn't it? Huh. Okay. Interesting. That has happened to me quite a bit, and I'm really not used to that. For some reason, the way cave entrances are designed in this game, you very easily just run past a couple. I like that a lot, actually. That way you can just find stuff in areas you've already been to and just be surprised by it. Pretty cool. Okay, why are you down here, though? Who put you here? Wait, what? Now it updated the quest? Weird, but alright. You discovered the shrine that the sensor was reacting to in a cave at the bottom of the hill. Go check in with Robbie. Well, first of all, we're gonna do the shrine, though. There we go. Let's see what this is going to be about. Interestingly enough, this shrine has a bunch of moss growing all around it. Why? The others don't. Is that supposed to suggest that this one was here for much longer than the other ones existed that were potentially created during the upheaval? Seems like a very curious difference, right? Very strange. Because for a split second here, I was thinking that maybe that weird blue flame that was present in Breath of the Wild, maybe that's related to the shrine already existing at that point? I don't know. Huh. It's also one that just straight up gives you the reward. What a curious difference. I really like that they put in those differences with the different shrines, right? Some of them literally being created while you're dealing with them, as in the funny green little seed expanding and producing the shrine. Some of them start out with only having those dragon head rings around it visible. Some of them exist just like that. And then you have others that seem to have existed for a very long time already. I don't know. Very curious. I actually still have one of these staffs. Do I want to take this one with me? I should really use these more. The problem is they don't really deal that much damage, right? So unless you are fighting monsters that are very, very susceptible to any certain element, sadly, they're not that beneficial. Then again, this is almost broken, so you know what. Might as well exchange it. But yeah, I should really be using these more. Frost emitter. Let's go back to this one for now. This is my second one now, right? Yeah. So I'm still a little bit further away from completing the second stamina wheel, unfortunately. There we go. I do have to admit, I am somewhat wondering why they decided to make this animation as long as it is, right? Especially in consecutive shrines. Like, you can make the first one longer and then have the others be a little bit shorter. I don't think I really mind it all that much. I'm just constantly... I just always remember this one guy actually cutting together all the animations from the shrines in Breath of the Wild, and it turns out that you do spend quite a bit of time just waiting for the game to continue with these cutscenes. I know that you can skip them as well, but, you know, it still takes a little bit of loading. I mean, again, I don't personally mind it. It's just one of those funny things where I think, oh, you know, you could maybe cut down on the runtime of those animations of the blessing being given out just a bit, right? Yeah, you can skip it. The thing is, skipping it is also weird, because it actually does take a little bit of time to load for some reason after you skip. So, yeah. I mean, as I said, I don't really mind it all that much. It just always reminds me of that, right? Because it was a complaint in a video that I saw. I just thought it was funny. In the sense that you don't really realize simply how much time you spend on cutscenes that are literally the same thing every single time, right? So especially for someone like me who tends to not skip it, if I really count it up, quite a bit of runtime of me playing the game will be just sitting here looking at a cutscene that I've seen 50 times already. It's just kind of funny little detail, I think.
My design of the sensor is beyond perfection. Just listen to its sounds and you'll find your way to that nearby shrine.
Yeah, we already found it.
What? You found it? I'd expect nothing less from you. Anyway, how about that sensor? And Ivan, I'd expect nothing less from me. Well, I've told you what you need to know about that sensor, but I fear it's gone in one ear and out the other. So hang on a minute.
Okay.
Okay, details are correct. I'll post it right here. Yes, very good.
Okay, small little tutorial sheet for us so that we don't forget that a beeping sensor is in fact a beeping sensor. All right.
Here you go. The operation instructions for the sensor. Now you can review the sensor feature anytime you want. Just read that poster there. Now you begin to see the true potential of the PowerPad. But I'm nowhere near done yet. I created new features for that device while I was waiting here for you. Yes, I whipped up some prototypes of these extra features and can get them on your PowerPad at any time. That is, with some help from you, getting some final data I need in order to activate them perfectly. Let's talk if you want those upgrades. Enjoy that sensor. Taste of great things to come. Until then.
All right. Cool. Right, Robbie. Let's make the PowerPad great again. What does this say? Sensor instructions. When moving toward a shrine of light you haven't visited before, you'll hear a sound that will alert you to its location. Sound will be more frequent when you're moving more directly toward the shrine, but the sound only goes off when you're actually moving. So don't stop if you want to keep following its lead. If you want to stop the sensor from finding shrines, push Y on the map screen. Alright, so it simply still works the exact same way as it did before. Y. Okay. Yeah. And looking at this, it seems like we'll also be able to get an upgrade for it. Right. There we go. What else can we do?
Hey, you! We have more work to do. Your PowerPad is nowhere near its full capability yet. The PowerPad will be even better after I add some extra features. Those include the most essential one, the travel medallion feature that lets you set up gates for instant travel anywhere.
What? Wait a second. We get an instant travel feature that where we can choose where its location is? Wow. Okay, that's really cool. I don't know why I didn't expect. Well, okay. This game, much like Breath of the Wild, already has so many, travel points with the shrines being all over the place that I guess I didn't consider this being a thing, but alright.
There's also a Hero's Path mode. It shows where you've traveled.
Finally, okay, that's also pretty cool.
Sensor Plus, which helps you find more than shrines.
Alright, that's the feature that I was expecting.
Your PowerPad will be perfect once I've installed all of those. But first, I'll need you to gather some test data so I can fine-tune my prototypes. So, let's work on that pad. Just talk to me anytime you'd like to get started in any of these.
Alright. I'm trying to think. The upgrades in the previous game worked similar to this, right? I'm pretty sure you had to do something for Pora to get those. What I do find quite interesting is that it seems as cool as these things are, it seems like the features we already have, like Ultra Hand, cannot be improved. Which is understandable considering how crazy they already are. It's just interesting to me because previously we had, for example, the stasis option. That one could be improved. So the basic version you got wasn't the, you know, ultimate version of that feature. Okay, let's see. What do we need to do in order to get this?
Travel medallion feature is quite exceptional. It lets you travel instantly to a gate you've established elsewhere. But we're going to have a little bit of an extra challenge with all this. Come now, give me your porta pad for a moment.
Okay. This actually reminds me a lot of a feature in... what's it called? Twilight Princess. Because in Twilight Princess you actually find... I think it was called Mother? And something. It was a really, really awkward creature. Like, it looked kind of horrifying in a way, to be entirely honest. It was like two creatures in one. So one weird creature that I think it was called Mother. And it had like a kangaroo. It had like a bit of a belly pouch thing, I think. Or at least it looked like that. And it had like a weird little head that was its daughter or something. And well, one of them you could place anywhere you wanted within a dungeon in Twilight Princess, right? And that way you could travel out from the dungeon and immediately return to the specific point you placed the creature in. So, you know, also kind of a fast travel point that you could just place down anywhere you wanted. It was just, well, I definitely remember it for being just a very, very strange looking creature. But I guess that's Twilight Princess for you, right? I mean, that game has some interesting designs to the stuff they put in it.
Look here, in this Nakala, up in its northeastern corner, is the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, which is also my home. That's where my prototype of the travel medallion feature is. I started work on it back there.
Do we need to test the travel, I guess?
I'd go get it myself, but word is that some dangerous trespassers have made themselves at home there.
Oh, wait, they have? Wait. I thought some other researcher went back to that lab. Maybe they didn't? I remember something supposedly leading me there. Oh, yeah, I do remember that, I think... The first time I slept in the Melania bed in one of the stables, I think the horse god actually told me something about the stable in Akala, which I think is pretty close to that ancient tech lab. I don't know. I don't think those two things are necessarily connected at all, but weird.
That's why I'd like to have you, with all your great talents, go there and fetch my travel medallion prototype. To speed this journey along, well, the return journey anyway.
Okay, so we need to go there, we can grab the teleport feature and then instantly come back here. Alright.
I must say it again. There it is, there it is.
Okay. Now he turns on the teleport point. Well, that's just a normal teleport point, though. Oh, wait a second. Are they somehow... Are they using the Sheikah technology teleports to be able to travel instantly everywhere? Huh. Weird. That is so strange, isn't it? So the Pura Pad is some sort of weird upgraded version of the Sheikah Slate. And with the Sheikah Slate, I feel like it made a lot of sense that it would be able to teleport to the Sheikah teleport locations, right? Because, well, both of those things were built by the same people. But now, for some reason, we're able to teleport to points that are made by the Zonai Shrines and the even the light roots that extend down into the depths. How exactly does that work? I mean, I guess they could be drawing on the same sort of power, right? So the whatever the Sheikah designed might just have been based on that design already. But still. the wheel.
I've activated a travel gate outside this lab, and now you can get here instantly, if not faster. You'll need to make your own way to the Call Ancient Tablet, however. You'll find the travel medallion prototype in a chest beside my desk there. Should be easy enough to find.
Presenting the travel medallion. All right. Right, let's talk about the other things.
Hero's Path Mode is an outstanding addition if you do a lot of investigating. Truth is, there's a tracking feature installed on the PuraPad. Hero's Path Mode lets you see this feature on screen.
How generous of you to be able to see all the tracking that you're doing, right? Robbie, I feel like your PuraPad here isn't quite, you know, designed according to EU law. I think that might be a problem, right? Your like data protection and stuff doesn't seem to be too like that. Tracking shouldn't be turned on. I'm just saying until the user is actually opting into that system.
It's a brilliant system that lets you see the exact path you've taken.
Imagine the PuraPad constantly asking you for cookies. Oh god. Every time you open the map, do you want to accept all cookies or do you only want to consent to the necessary ones? And then every single time it's going to ask you again.
But before I can install the prototype perfectly, I'll need to get data from 15 shrine locations.
Oh, well, that's going to be easy. Cool. We can actually install that then.
Huh? You've got the data? Hurry up and let me see that PuraPad. Now, give me just a moment.
Hero's Path Mode. Like that little figurine. You can now use the map to see the path you've taken on your journey footstep by footstep. You can save around 256 hours of gameplay. If you exceed this amount of play data, the oldest footsteps will be erased as new ones are added. Unfortunately, I don't think I personally will be able to see my entire journey at the end of the game. Because I feel like I will be exceeding that playtime, but okay.
Now you'll be able to see the path you've traveled so far on your map.
Okay, I'm going to be looking at that in a second here. That seems pretty cool.
Oh yes, I shall prepare operating instructions for the feature too. Hang on a minute. Details are correct. I'll post it right here. Yes, very good.
Just slab it onto the chalkboard. Okay, sure.
Here you go. Operating instructions for Hero's Path Mode. Now you can review the Hero's Path Mode feature anytime you want. Just read that poster there. Though you can use Hero's Path Mode now. Your PuraPad is not yet perfect. It still doesn't have all the available features, so don't forget that.
Okay, let's read through that. Will be hard to fathom even 256 hours of travel. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think they considered the extension of my playthrough when they designed the feature. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who exceed that playtime, honestly. Especially when you then also add in all of the optional stuff, right? Because I've already seen people on Twitch go for like all the Koroks and whatnot. Press X on the map screen to switch Hero's Path Mode on and off. It's a great feature that displays the path you've traveled during your journey on the map. It will record up to 256 hours of path, but as you exceed that, the oldest parts of your path will be deleted. You can also study your path to see where you haven't yet gone. Well, in the case that it isn't deleted, most places may have things left to discover. Okay, that is honestly a very, very awesome feature. I wish more games would include something like this, because it's really fun. Like, it brings in nostalgia, right? Imagine if having a feature like this, imagine if you open up a game, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, just for some nostalgia, right? Just, new Zelda's releasing, let me just quickly check on what my progress was in Tears of the Kingdom 10 years ago. And then you're able to turn on a feature like this, and it'll show you the path you've taken. Oh my god. Oh wait, it actually... Huh. That is very interesting. Because the progress bar at the bottom is filled to, well, almost a third, I want to say. Because that's not as much as I thought it would be. I don't think. I thought it was over 100 hours, but apparently I'm not. At least not according to this travel path feature. Maybe it doesn't account for some things. I don't know. Maybe if you enter shrines, it doesn't actually account for those. I don't know. It could be a thing of the feature just... It looks crazy though, doesn't it? A lot of games, something like this. Oh, well, to be, yeah, perfectly true. In more linear games, obviously it doesn't really do much. But then again, I mean, you could track other things. One thing that I've always enjoyed, actually, is the funny statistics you got in older GTA games. I always thought those were funny because it counted a bunch of crazy stuff, right? Like how many cars destroyed, how many, I don't know, backflips you did, and your longest jump and whatnot. I always thought that was a pretty funny idea. I've been standing still a whole lot. That is true. I wonder if it counts that, or if it only counts actual steps you've taken. I don't know. It definitely accounts for you running around in places, though. That's pretty funny. It is pretty insane to see, for example, here, right? So I ran over here, and then obviously there's a shrine here, so I probably did something. It might actually account for the movement inside of the shrine, now that I'm looking at this. And then I just went on and went back to Castletown, but without many distractions in the way. Like, for example, I didn't check over here for some reason. That is actually pretty funny to see. What a crazy path, though. Man, I love this so much. And then here, for example, quickly ran left and right, ran in, ran left and right again, ran in, left and right again. Very, very cool. Ah, this was the, this is the fight against the Ice Gleok. Just a bunch of crazy paths all over the place. Oh, you know what it also might not count, actually? Is when you reload and you die. I'm pretty sure that it probably deletes your data up until the point where you reload. So, for example, it would have only counted one fight against the... where was it? Here. Oh, God, look at that. Yeah. It might only count one fight against those creatures. Not entirely sure about that, though. Maybe it accounts for multiple, because this does look pretty crazy. But then again, at that point, I didn't really have many powerful weapons, so it took me quite some time to take it down, right? It might have some sort of minimum distance between steps. That could be true, yeah. Yeah, with the shrines, I'm not entirely sure, because that one location I just looked at, it did kind of seem it as if it accounted for some movement in the place where the shrine is standing. Although, in this particular case, no. So maybe not. I mean, in theory, the shrines aren't physical places, right? They're some sort of pocket dimension realm? I don't know. So, yeah. Might be that it's just very different when it comes to that. What is... Oh! I think this is where I... Wait, no, is it? Why is there a super straight line here? I might have flown back to the village after dealing with the Stormwind arc? That looks pretty funny. It also gets thinner. I wonder if it accounts for a height difference or something whenever it changes paths. Man, this is a really cool feature. I like that a lot. It also actually shows, so in these places, right, these a little bit darker lines, that's the path I took through the depths in this particular location. Which is also super interesting that you can see, you know, whenever you go down into the depths and then back up. And this is, oh, that's in the sky, okay. god. How crazy this looks. Down in the depths, I've mostly taken a much straighter path to my goal. But then again, you also don't really see that much. God, this looks crazy. What an insanely cool feature. Oh wait, the play button, right. True, I haven't even seen that. Toggle display play. Oh boy. Can I make it faster? I can. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so it seems to be accounting for deaths, and it also accounts for when you teleport. Oh, that is really awesome. And then it that was me going down into the depths, I'm pretty sure. Oh god, was it? Oh, that was Phantom Ganon. The first interaction with it anyways. Watch your time in the depth. Okay, this is insanely good. What the hell? That's the Fire Gleok. Yeah, those were some deaths getting through that fight. Wonder what all the other deaths were actually. Okay, that was the Stormwind arc already done. I don't think I didn't die against the ice one. It's pretty cool. A teleport? I really didn't teleport that often, right? I mean, sometimes, but how many teleports was that so far? Probably like 5 or 6 maybe. Mostly down, you know, to come back from the depths. Okay. Oh yeah, this is when we followed Master Koga down in the depths. In his funny little quest. Going back to Lookout Landing once. And that's where I went to Kakariko. And embarked on the journey we're currently still on. With discovering the villages and whatnot. And there we are. Oh my god, it's really cool. Wait, toggle display what? Oh, okay, you can... Right. Probably should have gotten rid of all the symbols. Oh, then again, guess it's easier to navigate with them on. What a cool feature. That is really awesome. It's also pretty awesome that it just records that, as much as I was, you know, clowning on it, doing that without my consent, but pretty cool that it just does it right from the get-go. Because, well, I mean, it's kind of the point of the feature, right? Yeah, gliding would be super straight, right? It shows the deaths are really, really fun. Number 1 Nintendo, yeah. Really, really awesome feature. I like that a lot. Alright, well, let's talk about the Sensor Plus. What do I have to do for that?
Excellent. Very good thinking. Being curious about this feature. It allows you to pinpoint the location of more than shrines. Many more things. That's why it's called Sensor Plus. You select what you want from the compendium. I can't add my prototype without some extra data. So you need to fill out your compendium with at least 5 types of monsters.
Okay, well that's insanely easy to do. Pretty sure I already did that.
There you go. Unbelievable. I got all that data. And I can install that sensor upgrade right away. Let me have the porta pad for a moment.
I am pretty sure that we can only follow things that we already registered though, right? That's how it worked previously, but you were able to pay Simon to add stuff, so... Sensor Plus. You can select something other than Shrines of Light as a sensor target. The sensor has a stronger reaction as you get closer to the target.
Now you can search for more than just shrines. Just select what you want to find from the Hyrule Compendium.
Right.
Actually, I have a compendium of my own.
Ah, it's a list statue. Okay.
That's my compendium database. It's got everything you could possibly want to find details about. Oh yes, it's all there. Creatures, monsters, materials, equipment, and even different kinds of treasure. In short, a perfect collection of what you might one day achieve in your own Hyrule Compendium on the Purapad. Curious? I invite you to access that database and see it for yourself. Oh yes, I shall prepare operation instructions for the feature too. Hang on a minute. Details look correct, and I'll post it right here. Yes, very good. All right, so for the last feature, I need to go to Akala, but other than that, we're done. Here you go, operation instructions for the Sensor Plus feature. Now you can review Sensor Plus details anytime you want. Just read that poster there. Also, though you can use the Sensor Plus feature now, your Purapad is not yet perfect. Yeah, all the available features. Sensor Plus instructions, you can detect things found in your Hyrule Compendium in the same way that you can detect shrines. First, select what you want to detect by pressing Y on the map screen. That's a mistake, Nintendo. Then you will hear a sound alerting you to your target as you get nearer to it. To change the target back to shrines, press Y on the map screen. Cool. And I'd imagine if I access this one... Hey, you! Interested in my compendium database, I see. My collection is complete. It has every creature, monster, material, treasure, and piece of equipment. How did you do that correct? Because, I mean, isn't some of the stuff still being researched? How... Oh, well, let's not ask too many in-depth questions here. I guess we can just be lucky that it works. It's basically the same thing as the Hyrule Compendium you've got on your Purapad, except mine's finished. When you take a picture of these kinds of subjects, they'll be registered in your compendium. You know what? Professor Oak would actually be pretty envious of you, right? Because you seem to be a researcher who actually has his stuff already finished and not making us go look for it because he wants to have it finished. I've got some mighty elusive entries in my collection. You might find it a real challenge to get them on your own. Say, tell you what, I'll sell you pictures that help fill out the gaps in your compendium. What's with that face? You know how hard I worked to complete this? All that work is priceless. So a few rupees is a great deal. Well, no pressure. If you want some pictures from my compendium, just let me know. All right. Filling out the compendium is actually a quest. Okay. The Hyrule Compendium on your Purapad will automatically register pictures of creatures, monsters, materials, equipment, and treasure you take with your camera. Robbie invited you to purchase pictures you haven't captured yet from his own Hyrule Compendium. Right. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I am interested in your... can I buy a picture? Okay. Right. So that's 100 rupees per picture, I'm pretty sure, right? Holy shit. Okay. So I would have to pay him, like, what? 7,000, 14,000, somewhere around 30,000 rupees to complete my compendium. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna be doing that on my own. Sorry about that. Don't get my money for it. Well, I mean, I'm certain eventually, if I'm only missing like 4 or 5 pictures, we can just buy the rest. But up until that point, I'm definitely not gonna pay for it. I don't think. Take pictures that are usable. Yeah. I don't know if you can actually select specific pictures, though. I feel like it's random what they give you when you pay them for a picture. Because otherwise that would be very, very beneficial if you could decide on a specific ingredient or resource that you need all the time. You could just select it to find for you. That being said, I never honestly really used the Sensor Plus feature all that much in Breath of the Wild. I don't know, it was kind of a... It was one of those things that I felt like most of the stuff... I mean, for example, now I feel like I'm mostly using bombs, or I want to fill up those resources. But honestly, I know where they are, right? They're down in the depths, and then you could just go looking for the bomb plans. So I don't know how often I would really be using this feature. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be one thing down the line that I, you know... I can see myself using it maybe for if, like, once I get into upgrading armor and whatnot for the fairies, to maybe go looking for those types of things.
I don't know. But I feel like that will probably be pretty far off into the future, so... yeah. Well, anyways, that being said, I was considering of just taking a break, but I think seeing as I do still want to do some stuff later and I still have raid this evening, I think, unfortunately, I'm going to be cutting it a bit short here today with the stream. There is still a bunch left to do in Hateno. I'm aware that we were only here this entire day. Well, we went down to the beach once. But yeah, still a lot left more to discover. But I think that is going to be it for today for now. And as I said, I will be on this evening for a bit of raiding in 14. But other than that, I think I'll be continuing my journey in Tears of the Kingdom on Sunday. Because, I mean, I have to work both tomorrow and Saturday for quite long. So no streams on those 2 days, unfortunately. But I will be continuing this on Sunday. And we'll be looking at the rest of the Maya drama debacle, right? That whole cliffhanger still is hanging over the heads of all the people in Hateno, desperately wanting to find out how those two can deal and with each other, bring their relationship into some easier tidings, I guess, and see if they, once they discover that they actually kind of like each other, and like what what the other person is doing, I feel like they'll have a much easier time coming up with a solution that benefits all of Hateno and hopefully puts a rest to their problems with each other. What else was there? I want to say there were like one or two other side quests as well. And then afterwards is going to be a very, very difficult big decision of where I'm going to be going next. I mean, I could just go and take a look at a couple of places that are close to either Hateno or Kakariko, or I'll be finally moving on to maybe Goron City. Technically, that's probably the best idea, considering that we would be coming by Woodland Stable, I think, on the way, and finally be able to unlock the Great Fairies. But that will be very far into the future. Either way, for now, that is going to be it. And I'll be back this evening with some 14 raiding. Otherwise, Tears of the Kingdom is hopefully going to come back for a bit longer, or hopefully a lot longer on Sunday. And we'll be looking into the rest of the stuff here in Hateno. So all that leaves me with is wishing you a wonderful rest of your morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. It has been a lot of fun, as always. It is a very, very long playthrough, as we've just seen in our wonderful new feature that we added to the Purapad. And I feel like it's going to be a much, much longer journey still to come. So I'm all here for it. So till then, see you next time. Bye-bye.